Chapter 1326. Hope shattered, fear, and panic were often accompanied by anger. Warno's admission of defeat instantly ignited public opinion. They had been looking forward to the three universal civilizations sending people to destroy Black Star's arrogance, but reality shattered their fantasies. No one could stop Black Star. Many galactic residents were afraid and angry, which turned into anger. Fine, you're strong individually, and the three universal civilizations can't compare to you, but we still have a fleet and a regular army. I don't believe we can't stop you. Since they could not win in terms of individual strength, a large number of galactic residents immediately turned to believe in the collective strength of the three universal civilizations. They found a new reason to convince themselves and found a new source of confidence. Today was already the last day of the ultimatum. The public opinion had completely gone to the extreme, supporting the three universal civilizations to clean up the association. Everyone was agitated. The Beyond Grade A Association is just a civilian organization. Daring to go against the three universal civilizations is undoubtedly the act of a wanted criminal. Think about it, the government wants to control you, but you don't obey. Isn't that breaking the law? Oh, you can break the law just because you established a civilian organization? Why? Isn't it because they rely on their strength to do whatever they want? Let's be honest, Beyond Grade As have always been unstable factors. They enjoy privileges and don't care about the universal laws of the galaxy. If it were up to me, we should either bring them all under the supervision of the civilization or kill them all, lest they endanger the galactic society. Today is the bitter fruit. Beyond Grade As are just the representatives of the supers. All supers should be controlled. Only then can order be guaranteed. Many public security incidents are related to supers. Without them, public security will improve. Ever since the Sanctum revival appeared, the three universal civilizations had begun to guide public opinion, provoke anger, and deliberately incite the opposition between ordinary people and supers. This lasted for more than a year, and like a spring, it became tighter and tighter. At this turning point, the dissatisfaction of a large number of people toward the supers finally erupted. Countless galactic residents vented their anger, wishing that all Beyond Grade As and supers would die. Although it was very extreme, it was indeed the true portrayal of the hearts of some galactic residents. Their genes destined them to be ordinary people. This was even more despairing than the gap between the rich and the poor. Almost everyone more or less hid their resentment towards the unfairness of fate and their unwillingness to accept it. If there was a chance, quite a number of people would not mind revealing their hatred for supers. However, the anger of public opinion on the quantum network was of no help to the current situation and could not affect Han Xiao's actions. Han Xiao sat in the middle of the battlefield and glanced at the joint fleet of the three universal civilizations. After Warno's admitted defeat, the other direct members seemed to have fallen silent. On the last day of the ultimatum, they actually did not attack in vain. Looks like they've finally learned their lesson. Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief. This time, they had been rather successful in establishing their might. They had kept a low profile for many years and had once again amazed the world with their overwhelming combat strength. Not only had they given the association members confidence, but they had also dealt a blow to the enemy's morale. At the same time, they had also obtained a mission reward. Just then, the mecha's internal communicator rang, connecting to Manason's channel. Your progress is always beyond my expectations. Manison had mixed feelings. He was also shocked by Han Xiao's results and could not help but feel jealous. It's all right, just at the level of an ordinary person. Han Xiao was humble. All right. He was still as shameless as ever. Manison was speechless for a while. After adjusting his mood, he curiously said, Your mechanical deity is a little different. Is it a new technology? There seems to be traces of the felons in it. That's right, I borrowed some of the principles of the felons. Han Xiao nodded and admitted. Manison was silent. Another trump card technology was secretly learned by Black Star. My heart hurt. He wanted to be angry, but he realized in despair that he had already gotten used to the feeling of being secretly learned. Taking a deep breath, Manison calmed himself down and said in a low voice, What's the principle behind this technology? Can you tell me? I can, but you won't be able to learn it. Han Xiao shrugged. This technology is tailor-made for me. The premise is that you have extremely strong physical recovery. You're too fragile. Isn't it normal for mechanics to be fragile? You're the only one who's different and has the right to laugh at us. Manison pressed his hand to his heart and calmed down for a while. He did not want to talk about this annoying topic anymore. He changed the topic and his tone became serious as he said in a deep voice, "That's right. Today is the last day of the ultimatum. I've already prepared for war. How are things on your side?" Han Xiao nodded. The association's people have been arranged at strategic locations in the various starfields. If nothing goes wrong, some people have already started to move. War is a shortcut to peace. After today, we and the 3 universal civilizations will rely on our own abilities. I hope the era will continue in our hands. Manison sighed. Han Xiao curled his lips and did not comment. After sighing for a while, Manison was about to turn off the communication when he suddenly remembered something. My halberd is broken, but the other universal treasures I lent you aren't broken. You took them all away. When are you going to return them to me? Hey, are you treating me like an outsider? We're so close. How can I swallow your universal treasures? What kind of person do you take me for? Han Xiao was immediately filled with righteous indignation. Manison sneered. You don't do anything related to humans at all, and you still have the face to ask me what kind of person I take you for? You're not human at all. Just tell me when you'll return it. When I defeat the 3 universal civilizations fleet, I'll return it to you. Hey, you clearly wanted to say that you'll return it to me after you're done with your research. Manison glanced at Han Xiao, snorted, and turned off the communication. He had long been worn down by Han Xiao. Furthermore, they had known each other for so many years and knew each other well. When he lent it out, he had long been mentally prepared, so he was not surprised at all. As expected of you, Black Star. Han Xiao turned off the communication interface. Seeing that the 3 universal civilizations did not make a move, he opened the interface and looked at the mission reward. The direct members of the 3 universal civilizations did not trigger a single challenge mission but a mission similar to the one when he sparred with Joey and the others. The length of time he lasted determined the reward, and the highest reward was 7 character summon cards and 5 random ability draws. He could choose any participant as his draw target. Warno's solo challenge triggered a regular Beyond Grade A challenge mission, and the reward was a character summon card and a random draw. Looks like I won in the end. I didn't come for nothing. Han Xiaoshan felt much better and was comforted. The battle was imminent, and his hands were itching. However, after thinking about it, he resisted the urge to draw immediately. He had already achieved his goal of establishing his dominance. If they fought tomorrow, the 3 universal civilizations' joint fleet would attack, and the direct members would most likely all take action. Han Xiao would not continue to fight alone. Recruiting people was also a good tradition of the association, so he naturally had to carry it forward. He had never been afraid of competing with who had more people, so he was not in a hurry to settle the rewards. What a pity. If only I could make the 3 universal civilizations take a step back. Han Xiao shook his head. Thinking of a previous thought, he could not help but stroke the communicator. He was hesitant about whether he should call the 3 universal civilizations heads and reveal the news of the World Tree civilization to divert the internal conflict. The ideal situation was, of course, for the 3 universal civilizations to believe this, temporarily put down their hostility, and work together to deal with the external enemies. Although it would cause the World Tree War to come early, it would preserve a lot of their strength and not exhaust it in advance. However, with the current tense situation and the current relationship between the two sides, he felt that the probability of the 3 universal civilizations' heads believing him was very low. They would most likely treat it as an excuse to admit defeat or a way to step back. If he could not convince the 3 universal civilizations' leaders, the two sides would still have to start a war. At the same time, The three universal civilizations might secretly study whether the information about the world tree was true. In that case, not only would the explored universe lose a wave of military forces, the World Tree War might come even sooner, causing the three universal civilizations to have no time to recover. Therefore, Han Xiao was hesitating. It was difficult for him to confirm the butterfly effect of this action. Sigh, it's difficult. In the Beyond Grade A Association's online chat room, a group of Beyond Grade A remote projections were discussing. Many of them still had a look of surprise on their faces. Even Warnos can't deal with Black Star. He hasn't fought for decades, and his strength has actually reached such a level. Black Star is really an unbelievable guy. I thought he was going to suffer this time, but I didn't expect him to hold on. He fought the three universal civilizations alone and suppressed all the direct members. If I didn't witness it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed this was real. The Beyond Grade as were talking excitedly. They had watched the entire broadcast of Black Star fighting the direct members of the three universal civilizations alone, and they were more and more shocked every day. After Warnos admitted defeat, the entire circle was in an uproar. Even the publicly acknowledged strongest cheat, Warnos, could not take down Han Xiao, which shocked the entire Beyond Grade A circle. In everyone's eyes, this crown finally no longer belonged to Warnos but to Black Star. Not only was he the president of the Beyond Grade A Association, but he was also the undisputed #1 Beyond Grade A, so his position as president was even more legitimate. I'm relieved that Black Star has such strength. Kasui relaxed. Many people nodded and smiled. The three universal civilizations had many trump cards, and many association members were worried that Black Star might encounter an accident, causing no one to be able to use the Sanctum Revival. Now that they saw that Black Star was unexpectedly strong, many people felt relieved. Kasui looked around, stopped smiling, and said with a deep voice, "All right, don't relax too much. Today is the last day of the ultimatum. Everyone, get ready and be on standby. Wait for Black Star to teleport us over to participate in the battle." Hearing this, everyone stopped smiling and became serious. Sun Hunter pulled the bolt and snorted. "I can finally show my strength. My cannon is already thirsty." In the three universal civilizations joint conference room, Ma Bruce, Louis, and the ethereal Pope looked at the remote surveillance screen with ashen faces. This is outrageous. All the direct members have been sent out. With so many people, they can't even take down Black Star. How are they going to deal with the other Beyond Grade As? Ma Bruce slammed the table heavily, his tone filled with strong dissatisfaction. They lost. What they lost is the face of the civilization. They made us a stepping stone and made Black Star famous. Louis was so angry that he almost suspected that these direct members were all incompetent. We can't blame them. Black Star is unbelievably strong. The ethereal Pope frowned. He was very dissatisfied with Warnos admitting defeat, but the impact had already been made. It was useless for him to criticize Warnos. He even regretted forcing Warnos to leave the Temple of 10,000 Gods this time. Looking at Black Star swaggering in front of the two armies, the three of them suddenly felt a wave of helplessness, anger, and helplessness. In terms of individual strength, they really could not suppress Black Star. The three of them were also at their wits' end. After all, they could not defeat him with high-end combat strength. If we want to deal with him, we can only rely on the army and various war weapons. Louis's expression was solemn. He turned to look at the two of them. As soon as the notice arrives, we'll start the war. Are you sure? This day will come sooner or later. I only regret that I made up my mind to settle the score too late. I let the Beyond Grade As develop for so long and become a huge threat, the ethereal Pope said slowly. At this juncture, the ultimatum has already been called out. There's no way we can go back on our words. Ma Bruce nodded. All right, then order the various armies to act according to the battle plan. Before he could finish, the emergency communicator suddenly rang in the room. Louis stopped and looked at Ma Bruce. The ringtone came from the dynasty ruler's direction. Ma Bruce took out the communicator and looked at it. It showed an emergency report sent by the dynasty's main artificial intelligence, Heroic Soul. The reports of the various departments were all reviewed by the main artificial intelligence and handed over to different positions to deal with according to priority. Disturbing him when he was in a meeting with the other two leaders meant that the main artificial intelligence judged that this news was very urgent. "What report is this, Ma Bruce only read the beginning before his expression changed. He read the entire report in silence. He pondered for more than 10 seconds before turning to look at the other two with curiosity. "You might want to see this, in the mechanical races territory, on the last day of the ultimatum." Time passed minute by minute as they waited anxiously. The soldiers present and the countless galactic residents watching the broadcast felt like years. The clock gradually pointed to the time of the ultimatum. Like the signal of war getting closer and closer, the three universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association's fleets had a slight commotion. The atmosphere was like a taut string, and the smell of gunpowder was getting stronger and stronger. In the Black Star Corps fleet, a large number of army players were getting restless. It's coming. The war is about to start. I've watched enough cutscenes. The main storyline is finally about to begin. For the army. The many army players rubbed their fists and could not wait for the two sides to start fighting immediately. On one hand, they wanted to see the world in chaos and wanted to participate in the main storyline. On the other hand, many people also saw the direction of public opinion on the internet and realized that so many people were criticizing, and insulting them, the Immortals. As the target of criticism, the sense of immersion had always been quite strong. Many players were quite angry. However, at the same time, some players also had a deeper understanding of the mission name calamity of the Supers and the conflict between the ordinary people and the Supers. As a member of the Supers, the sense of participation in the tide of the times arose spontaneously. This made some players who liked the storyline feel quite excited. They felt like they were witnessing the beginning of a great era with their own eyes. "All crew, get ready for battle." The commander's voice spread throughout the battleships. Countless soldiers tensed up and looked at the timer. Dead silence spread. In the tense wait, time passed minute by minute, and it was getting closer and closer to the ultimatum. The hearts of the soldiers on both sides and the countless galactic residents were in their throats. Just as the war was about to break out, the three universal civilizations' joint fleet suddenly moved. The rear of the three universal civilizations changed to the front, and the joint fleet retreated in an orderly manner, leaving the confrontation area batch by batch, starting a large-scale withdrawal without warning. This scene stunned the troops of the Beyond Grade A Association and all the galactic residents watching the broadcast. The ultimatum was about to end. Why did the three universal civilizations suddenly retreat without saying anything? Didn't they say very firmly that they would never give in and that they had to fight? Why did they take the initiative to go back on their words now? They came aggressively, but when they left, they did not even say a word. On the Quantum Network, all the comments supporting the three universal civilizations' liquidation of the association were instantly silenced. They were shocked to find that things did not develop as they had imagined, and they were at a loss. This feeling was like the backing that had always stood up for them suddenly did not want to protect them anymore. Could it be that Black Star had defeated all the direct Beyond Grade As and made the three universal civilizations scared? It was difficult for many people not to think in this direction. At the same time, a similar guess appeared in the minds of many people. Could it be that the three universal civilizations' original intention was to scare the association and pressure the association to compromise, but they realized that this could not scare the association, and the other party was even tougher than them, so the three universal civilizations were scared and could no longer pretend, retreating resentfully and running away on the last day of the ultimatum? This, many galactic residents did not know what to say, and their feelings were very complicated. "We all supported you guys to start a war, liquidate the Beyond Grade A Association, and solve the root of the instability in the galactic society, but you guys ran away yourselves. Are you worthy of our support?" Although the expected war did not break out, which was worth celebrating, many people felt a little embarrassed. Thinking back to their previous support, they now felt like they had been slapped in the face by the three universal civilizations. On the other side, Han Xiao watched the three universal civilizations retreat in an orderly manner and was also confused. After hesitating for a while, Han Xiao took the initiative to call the dynasty ruler, but the other party did not pick up, which made him feel even more confused. They ran away just like that. This doesn't seem like their style. The three universal civilizations are not that scared, right? What happened? A few days ago, Central Galaxy, Dynasty Science Academy. The members of the wormhole detection team were gathered in the activity room, looking at the virtual screen worriedly. It was broadcasting the scene of the battle between Blackstar and Clotty. In the past few days, they had stopped all the projects on hand and were all concerned about the next development of the galactic situation. This was closely related to their lives. Looks like there's going to be a war. In the crowd, someone whispered, and the room was filled with sighs, full of worry. All the researchers present were anti-war. On one hand, they were worried that the wormhole detection project would be stopped again after the war, and there would be no future development. On the other hand, from the conscience of normal people, they instinctively hated war. If only someone could stop this war, someone muttered in a low voice. Hearing this, the project director's eyes suddenly flashed. He clenched his teeth, turned around, and walked out of the activity room, returning to his office. He searched in the database for a while and pulled up a special wormhole detection report. Because he had been paying attention to the situation recently, he did not have time to report it. Hopefully, it will be of some use. The project director swallowed a mouthful of saliva and changed this report, changing the suspected existence of an unknown advanced civilization in the detection conclusion to confirmed existence of an unknown universal civilization. After doing all this, the project director did not send it to the review department but directly uploaded this report to the database of the dynasty's main artificial intelligence. This violated the operating rules and would definitely be punished. I don't know if it will work, the project director frowned and murmured to himself. In order to stop the possible outbreak of a galactic war, he was willing to do what he could to do. He was not sure if this trick would work, but he felt that if everyone just stood by and watched, nothing would change. Chapter 1327. The sudden retreat of the three universal civilizations before the deadline shocked the entire galactic society. They did not know what was going on and were confused. The comments supporting the war in the quantum network disappeared, and all kinds of sarcastic voices appeared. Yo, aren't the three universal civilizations very stubborn? They gave in just like that. TSK, looks like the three universal civilizations can only put on an act. They've fully exposed their strength. You're still supporting them to start a war? Why don't you take the three universal civilizations seriously? The direction of public opinion changed again. Looking at these sarcastic comments, the galactic residents were speechless and furious. Not only were some supers watching the show, but there were also some organizations stirring up trouble behind the scenes. The Supercluster Alliance had been lying in wait, and now that they saw the opportunity, they immediately jumped out to add fuel to the fire, displaying their traditional skills and stirring up *T. On the other side, compared to the galactic residents, the players were even more confused. That's it. I've been watching the cutscenes for 10 days, and you're saying you're not going to fight. What happened to an all-out war? Cowards. I've already taken off my pants, and you guys. Oh, I forgot, I can't take off my pants. Under the terrified gazes of the other crew members, the army players yelled, thumped their chests, and stomped their feet. They were all agitated, lamenting that the war did not break out smoothly. They were like a group of shocking war fanatics. The joint fleet of the three universal civilizations turned into dense hyperdrive streams of light and hurriedly retreated. Seeing this, Manison flew out of the fleet and stood side by side with Han Xiao, watching the three universal civilizations leave. Strange, they didn't even say goodbye and gave up on the siege just like that. Manison was confused. There must be something wrong with this. The three universal civilizations definitely didn't make such a big move just to trick us. It can be seen that they're really mentally prepared to start a war, but now, they'd rather go back on their words and retreat. There must be a huge change. Han Xiao stroked his chin and muttered softly. Maybe they're really scared. Manison said, then shook his head. He also felt that the possibility was not high. He guessed, maybe the three universal civilizations leaders thought it through and thought that the disadvantages of starting an all-out war with the association outweigh the benefits, so they changed their decision and took back the order. Then, the strategic goal of the virus technology leakage has been achieved. I'm not sure. The three universal civilizations will probably give an answer to the Galactic Society. Let's wait and see first. I'll also think of a way to find out the inside story. Maybe the three universal civilizations will take the initiative to contact me after some time. Han Xiao's eyes flickered as he pondered. Hearing this, Manison turned to look at him. Do you know something? It's just a guess. I don't have enough information, so I can't be sure. Han Xiao shook his head. At this time, his communicator rang and connected to the communication channel of the Beyond Grade A Association. Blackstar, what's the situation on your side? The three universal civilizations aren't fighting anymore. What do they mean by this? Should we continue with our battle plan? As soon as the call was connected, the many Beyond Grade As immediately asked a series of questions. The many association members were also very confused. They were all mentally prepared to fight to the death. They had even taken off their pants, ready to fire at any time, but their opponents changed their minds and ran away. The fighting spirit that they had built up with much difficulty was suppressed in their hearts. This feeling was like suddenly seeing a speed limit sign and a traffic police officer staring at them from the side while they were preparing to race. They could only suppress the unrestrained feeling in their hearts. Didn't they say that whoever gave in was the coward? Why did they suddenly cower? You guys wait for orders first and observe the follow-up actions of the three universal civilizations, but don't be too relaxed. Be careful is just a diversion tactic. If they really want to make a move, they might directly use the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device to attack strategic locations. Han Xiao reminded the association members to continue to be vigilant before hanging up. The three universal civilizations surrounding the mechanical race's territory was just a signal to force them to abdicate. In fact, attacking this place was useless, it was only a declaration of war. At this time, it was still impossible to determine what the three universal civilizations' intentions were. It was also possible that they would withdraw their troops on the surface and then use the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device to attack. Seeing that Han Xiao had finished the call, Manison spoke again. What do we do now? The three universal civilizations have retreated. Are the troops here going to disperse? Han Xiao thought for a while and shook his head. Don't retreat yet. Shrink the defense circle and continue to protect the mechanical race's territory. Wait until the three universal civilizations' joint fleet has left this star cluster before disbanding the troops. I'll go back first. Manison nodded, flew back to the main ship, and ordered the mechanical race troops. Han Xiao retracted his gaze, changed into the king, and disappeared. Swoosh. The next second, he returned to a secret army base. This was where some of the officers who did not participate in the battle hid from the flames of war. There were some army officers and many members of Floating Dragon sitting in the room. Ames was among them, overseeing the situation. They were all watching the news broadcast in the mechanical race's territory. Seeing Han Xiao suddenly appear, the gazes of the officers all focused on him. The respect and worship in their eyes were more than just a little stronger than before. It was as if they were looking at a god. You've been very brave these few days. Ames crossed her legs and leaned forward. She placed her arms on her knees and supported her chin with her palms. She tilted her head slightly, and her soft long hair flowed down. She blinked her eyes and said with a teasing tone. She had a smile that was not a smile. Don't you know if I'm brave or not? Han Xiao raised his brows. Ames smiled. You should have a lot of things to deal with. Why are you here all of a sudden? I'm just here to take a look and make sure everything's fine. Han Xiao casually found a reason, turned around, and glanced at the officers. His gaze accurately landed on Faden, and he immediately smiled. He strode forward and rubbed his head, taking advantage of his luck. Fu Ding's face was filled with helplessness, as if he was going to let him do whatever he wanted. Seeing this, Aesop could not help but cough and say, "You defeated all the direct descendants of the 3 universal civilizations. Even Warnos can't do anything to you. They'll definitely give up on attacking you in terms of individual strength. I don't know if the 3 universal civilizations retreated because of this, but they don't seem to want to start a war now. What are you going to do next?" Hearing this, Han Xiao stopped smiling. "Let's figure out what's going on first. Anyway, don't be happy too early. If I'm unfortunately right, the situation will be even worse." The 10-day confrontation between the 3 universal civilizations and the association attracted the attention of the entire universe, but not many people expected it to end in such a way. After the joint fleet retreated, the 3 universal civilizations fell silent. Not only did they recall a portion of the army that they had sent out some time ago, they did not even make a public announcement to explain the reason for the retreat. The public opinion storm became more and more intense, and all kinds of speculations and theories popped up one after another. They thought that this would be the fuse for an all-out war, but the 3 universal civilizations pulled back at the last moment and stopped the flames of war that were about to erupt. This confrontation instead helped Black Star's reputation, basically solidifying his name as the current peak beyond Grade A combatant. If there was a winner, only Black Star could barely be counted. Some people were glad that the flames of war had not started, some criticized the 3 universal civilizations for being cowards, and some mocked the galactic residents for thinking too highly of themselves. The public opinion changed, but there was one thing in common. Everyone was curious as to what had forced the 3 universal civilizations to choose to give in. Due to the silence of the 3 universal civilizations, no one knew the inside story. Even the Beyond Grade A Association did not make any public comments and was also watching. This caused the Galactic Society to have different opinions. In the joint conference room of the 3 universal civilizations, we've already repeatedly verified the authenticity of this report. Through the directional wormhole probe, we did find traces of the activities of an unknown civilization. The data itself is fine, but the conclusion of the project is hard to judge. The remote projection of the dynasty upper echelon in charge of the research field stood in front of Marbruce and the other 2 leaders, giving a serious report. "So, we can't confirm that this unknown civilization is a universal civilization for the time being?" Marbruce emphasized. "This is indeed so, but the other party must be at the level of an advanced civilization. These days, we've frequently sent multifunctional space probes to the other party and collected more data, which proves that this unknown civilization has a rather high technological level." "I understand. You guys continue to collect data while hiding yourselves. I want to know the details of this civilization." After giving a few more instructions, Marbruce hung up the communication. Only he and the other 2 civilization leaders were left in the room. "Looks like the decision to retreat back then was correct," the ethereal Pope said with a deep voice. Or else we would be in deep trouble right now." This report came at the right time, Louis agreed, feeling a little relieved. On the last day of the confrontation, they had originally wanted to act according to the battle plan, but this wormhole report from the Dynasty's Science Institute had shaken their decision. The 3 universal civilizations had always been dedicated to exploring the unknown universe, and this wormhole report had discovered an unknown universal civilization. This was a huge threat. In this regard, the 3 universal civilizations had rich experience. Once an external enemy appeared, they would have to carefully deal with internal conflicts. This was undoubtedly not a good time to deal with the imbalance of personal strength, so it was not suitable to continue tangling with the Beyond Grade As. At that time, the arrow was already on the bow, and there was not much time left for the 3 of them to discuss. In the end, they would rather believe it and stop the battle plan, choosing to give in to the association. They turned around and used a large number of resources to investigate this wormhole data. This wormhole data was one of the legacies Escod had left behind. Because Escod had been sealed for many years, it had long become an unimportant project. However, with such a shocking discovery, it went from almost no one interested in it to the project with the highest priority. The progress was directly supervised by the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations and was extremely important. In the end, although the conclusion of this wormhole report was somewhat exaggerated, the data was correct. They had indeed discovered an unknown advanced civilization. As for whether or not it was a universal civilization, it was still uncertain. If that was the case, it could only be said that this was an inaccurate conclusion that had immeasurable value. Bruce knocked on the table and slowly said, "The most important thing to do now is to investigate this unknown civilization. The most important thing now is to collect information on this unknown civilization and determine their strength, social structure, attitude, and so on. Everything else can be put aside for now." Louis and the ethereal Pope nodded. The 3 universal civilizations had a set of strategic plans in this regard. Direct contact or war was impossible. Once they discovered an advanced civilization in the unexplored universe, their first task was to carefully collect information without exposing themselves. Then, they would choose different countermeasures based on this civilization's strength, culture, and other factors. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy would you be able to win 100 battles. Although the explored universe had entered the Galactic Society era, the entire unexplored universe was still in the Dark Forest period similar to the exploration era. Being in the dark was a huge advantage, so they naturally had to make good use of it. Don't forget, before we explore further, we have to take all measures to deal with any accidents, the ethereal Pope said. I understand. Bruce nodded. The measures that the 3 of them were talking about were mainly war mobilization and being prepared to launch strategic weapons of destruction into the enemy's territory through wormholes at any time. In some extreme situations, they would not mind directly blowing up the enemy's territory and turning it into a desolate universe belt, wiping out all the creatures of the unknown civilization. They would not show any mercy. This is a matter of great importance. If a war really breaks out, the Beyond Grade A Association is also a powerful armed force. Should we let them know now? Louis's eyes flashed. He raised a sensitive question and turned to ask the other 2 for their opinions. The existence of a Beyond Grade A threatened their rule, but at the same time, it was a weapon to fight against the outside world. Now that the situation had changed, their thoughts changed as well. In their eyes, there was no eternal enemy. The ethereal Pope pondered for a moment, waved his hand, and expressed his opinion. Let's be careful. We haven't figured out the situation of this unknown civilization, so there's no need to reveal it to the association now. Think about it, if this unknown civilization can coexist and also have universal strength, once they enter the Galactic Society system, the association will have another choice to rely on. This will affect the structure of the galaxy. We can't guarantee the association's loyalty, so we should keep it a secret for now. Makes sense. Bruce nodded. Let's not announce this to the outside world for now. Let's explore it in secret first. We'll consider whether to announce it or not when we need the association's help. It won't be too late to tell them then. The way the 3 of them saw it, there was clearly no need to inform the other organizations of such a big matter immediately. They were all potential unstable factors that might cause some trouble. If that's the case, let's put aside our dispute with the association for now. Stabilize those beyond grade as, don't let them cause any trouble, and live peacefully for now. Anyway, this is the goal of Blackstar and the others. We'll find a reason to unify with them and convey our intention to stop fighting. This will make the association feel that we've given in. Louis suggested. The other 2 nodded in agreement. While they could not deal with the association for now, as long as the Beyond Grade as did not cause trouble, it was enough for them. At this time, Bruce thought of something, and his eyes flashed. If he remembered correctly, Blackstar also had this set of wormhole data from Escod's legacy. He seemed to have even specifically asked the dynasty about the research progress of this set of wormhole data. From the looks of it, could it be that Blackstar knew something? As this thought flashed through his mind, Bruce shook his head. He felt that the possibility of this was extremely limited. Instead of asking Blackstar, it was more trustworthy to explore on his own. Furthermore, they had just reached a consensus to not leak this secret to the outside world, so even if Blackstar might know something, he did not plan to ask. After all, The other party was still the leader of the organization that led the fight against the three universal civilizations. In a certain base of the Black Star Corps, the Army Commander's office, a huge star map of the universe floated in the room. On it were the large-scale movements of the various armies of the three universal civilizations, drawing many arrowhead routes. Han Xiao stood in front of the star map, carefully looking at the three universal civilizations' troop movements during this period. It had been some time since the three universal civilizations retreated from the mechanical race's territory. These days, the three universal civilizations' troop movements were very abnormal. Originally, they were stationed in the various starfields, preparing to deal with the Beyond Grade A Association, but now, they had all returned to the central galaxy, as if they had no intention of starting a war. The strangest thing was that the three universal civilizations had been pretending to be mute. They did not make an announcement, nor did they contact him, the president of the association, to explain their intentions. Their actions were very abnormal, as if they did not have the time to care about him. He had been thinking of ways to find out the inside story these days, but the three universal civilizations were highly secretive this time, and no relevant information was leaked. Could it be that I guessed right? Han Xiao muttered to himself. What could make the three universal civilizations change their decision at the last moment? In this version, there did not seem to be many possibilities, but the butterfly effect he had caused had changed many things. One of them was that Escod had allowed the dynasty to obtain the key to the World Tree Civilization's territory early, becoming an unstable factor. The way he saw it, the most likely situation was that the three universal civilizations had discovered the World Tree. Because of the existence of external enemies, the three universal civilizations had retreated so decisively without any warning. If that's the case, the three universal civilizations will definitely conduct in-depth research on the wormhole. They might inform me, or they might keep it a secret from the outside world. With the three universal civilizations' style and my current identity, the latter is more likely. Han Xiao frowned and bit his fingernails. He had a bad feeling. If the three universal civilizations chose to keep it a secret and explore on their own, they would not know enough about the World Tree Civilization, and the risk of being exposed would be very high. If the contact was unavoidably brought forward, if he continued to hide the information about the World Tree, it would increase the risk. Perhaps now was the best time to reveal the information. However, he could also be wrong. If the three universal civilizations gave in because they had discovered the World Tree, it would be self-defeating. So, it's still a gamble. Should I gamble? Han Xiao's expression changed. Beep beep beep. At this moment, his communicator rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from a dynasty emissary. Hello, Your Excellency Black Star. As soon as the call went through, the dynasty emissary nodded respectfully. Han Xiao sized him up and went straight to the point. You're finally going to explain your actions? You must be joking. This time, I'm here to negotiate with you on behalf of the three universal civilizations. We're willing to accept the association's suggestion and allow you to control the virtual mutiny virus technology. The dynasty emissary said a lot, but the core meaning was that the three universal civilizations were willing to give in, indicating that they did not need Manison to hand over the virus technology, and that they believed in the association's guarantee. They would allow the association to control this high-risk technology, and they would not interfere. Oh! Han Xiao raised his brows. Since you've admitted that the association's guarantee is valid, you've admitted that the association is correct. What about the ban on the association? It won't be lifted for the time being, but it can be discussed. The dynasty emissary smiled. Looking at the other party's cold smile, Han Xiao felt more and more the subtle attitude of the three universal civilizations. His expression immediately changed, and he was in a dilemma. His intuition grew stronger, and he felt that he might have guessed the truth. After a few seconds of silence, Han Xiao slowly took a deep breath. It's a gamble. Making up his mind, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, I've understood your intentions. I understand your intentions. Help me tell Ma Bruce something. What is it? You guys are so abnormal. It seems like you've finally cracked the wormhole data in Escod's legacy, right? Chapter 1328. An hour later, in the meeting room of the three Universal Civilizations leaders. Han Xiao's remote projection slowly entered the room, and he immediately saw the three old fellows with gloomy faces. Their gazes were like hooks, hanging on him. "Yo, you're all here." Han Xiao was not in a hurry at all and casually greeted them. After the relationship between the two sides fell to the freezing point, this was the first time he had been called for a meeting. "Black Star. What exactly do you know?" Marbruce's expression was extremely solemn. He was not in the mood to talk and went straight to the point. An hour ago, the three of them were waiting for the dynasty's messenger to report on Black Star's attitude toward the three Universal Civilizations peace agreement to see if they could stabilize the association. However, they did not expect to hear a piece of news that shocked them. Black Star actually revealed the secret of the wormhole directly. The three of them were all stunned. Where did Black Star find out that we had cracked the secret of the wormhole? Internal intelligence was leaked. Was there a mole? If not for this reason, how did Black Star find out? Could it be that he already knew the secret of this set of wormhole data? The amount of information contained within was too much. Marbruce, Louis, and the ethereal Pope were anxious. Black Star had specially sent someone to pass the message. No matter what the situation was, it meant that Black Star had unexpected information. This was an important matter, and they could not be careless. The three of them urgently discussed for a while and decided to talk to Black Star. They sent out an invitation, which led to the current meeting. "I know a lot." Han Xiao glanced at the three of them and purposely revealed a meaningful expression. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was not sure what was going on with the three Universal Civilizations, so he did not directly call out the name of the World Tree. Instead, he tentatively pointed out the information about the Escod wormhole. However, since he was called over for a meeting, Han Xiao knew that he had made the right bet. He had guessed the truth and was secretly glad that he had not made a fool of himself. "You mentioned the wormhole data in Escod's legacy. How much do you know about it?" Louis asked with a deep voice. Han Xiao composed himself, glanced at him, and casually said, "You guys found a civilization on the other side of the wormhole, right?" The three of them looked at each other with solemn expressions. Marbruce frowned. "Where did you get your information from?" "I know what you want to ask." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "But I didn't steal your insider information." Hearing this, the three of them became even more solemn. Black Star indicated that the source of his information was not leaked by the three Universal Civilizations. In other words, he had long known the secret of the wormhole data and held unknown information in his hands. Marbruce took a deep breath and let go of his reservations. He even lowered his voice and said solemnly, "Mister, I believe you are well aware of the nature of this matter. We hope you will tell us the truth. This is very important to the entire universe." "Sure." Han Xiao nodded. Since it had already happened, there was no point in hiding it now. It was time to talk openly. He had to let the three Universal Civilizations know the danger of the World Tree in advance. This set of wormholes leads to a territory called the World Tree Civilization. It is an extremely powerful universal civilization that is fanatical about war and expansion. Decades ago, due to some reason, Escod sent a doppelganger to attack me. In the end, the doppelganger fell into a wormhole during the battle and coincidentally discovered the World Tree Civilization. After that, Escod sent someone to snatch this wormhole data and study how to find the coordinates of the World Tree Civilization. By chance, I became the only one who knew. Han Xiao hid the memories of his previous life and explained the matter in a different way. He emphasized the strength of the World Tree Civilization and basically told them everything he knew about the World Tree Civilization. The three of them frowned and were filled with doubts. Marbruce could not help but question, "Did Escod tell you all this? Putting aside why Escod only revealed the information to you, why do you know so much about the World Tree Civilization? This doesn't seem like Escod has only been there once." "I understand your doubts." Han Xiao nodded. This matter was not child's play. If he pushed everything onto Escod, he would be able to expose the lie as long as he confronted Escod. If they did not have solid evidence, The three universal civilizations would not believe this information so easily. However, he had already thought of a reason, which would allow him to have a closed-loop explanation for his detailed understanding of the World Tree civilization. Actually, I have a relic from a civilization that was destroyed by the World Tree civilization. It contains a lot of relevant information. My understanding of the World Tree civilization is basically from this. As he spoke, Han Xiao raised his hand and summoned the 3D projection of SWY-001. He then displayed the information he had prepared long ago on the virtual screen. The expressions of the three of them changed, and they hurriedly browsed through it. The more they read, the more shocked they became. SWY-001's memory device recorded the tragic state of the Karma Republic when it was invaded. It recorded the special war mode of the World Tree civilization, which was extremely powerful. It also showed that the World Tree civilization was a universal civilization that could not coexist. All of this proved that Han Xiao was not lying. Without this treasure, even if Han Xiao could explain the source of the information, it would not be convincing. This treasure really came at the right time, Han Xiao sighed. There was nothing much to say, just one sentence: Faden was awesome. After a while, the three of them finished reading the information, and shock remained in their eyes. The World Tree civilization's method of devouring everything is the enemy of all intelligent civilizations. I didn't expect such a hunter to exist in the universe, Louis muttered to himself. Ma Bruce felt a lingering fear and said in a low voice, "Luckily, we sealed Escod in time. Luckily, we sealed Escod early." If he attracted the World Tree civilization, then, halfway through his sentence, his expression suddenly froze. At this moment, Ma Bruce suddenly remembered that the operation to seal Escod seemed to have been facilitated by Black Star. It was all thanks to Black Star that they were not discovered by the World Tree. Back then, Black Star was determined to seal Escod no matter what. Could it be that he had already started his long-term plan at that time to secretly protect the explored universe from being invaded? Ma Bruce was shocked. He looked up at Han Xiao and could not help but ask, "Was this the reason why you asked us to hunt Escod back then? What else? Do you really think I have an irreconcilable hatred for him?" Han Xiao clicked his tongue and asked casually. Ma Bruce's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Han Xiao deeply. He could not help but feel admiration and gratitude, and the fear and suspicion in his heart were greatly diluted. If not for Black Star's efforts, the Galactic Society might have already been invaded. Strictly speaking, the entire universe owed Black Star a favor. However, Black Star had never revealed this matter and silently allowed this achievement to be buried in the dust of history. No one knew about his huge contribution. Hiding his achievements and fame, in Ma Bruce's heart, Han Xiao's image immediately grew. Suddenly, the ethereal Pope said with a deep voice, "Black Star, you know the threat of the World Tree civilization. Since you already knew about this information, why didn't you say anything?" Han Xiao shook his head. "I know you guys too well. If you knew that a powerful unknown civilization was occupying the unexplored universe, would you treat it as if it didn't exist? As long as you say it, it will cause the contact to be brought forward. It was the best choice to keep this secret by one person. If not for the results of your research on the wormhole data, I wouldn't have told you." The three of them were speechless. Indeed, it was fine if they did not know, but if they knew about the huge threat of the World Tree, the three of them knew very well that they would definitely not sit back and do nothing. They would definitely follow the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand, just like now. Detection was a two-way operation. Exploring the World Tree's information also had to bear the risk of being exposed. However, even so, from their standpoint, it was inevitable for them to make the first move. Otherwise, they would have to resign themselves to fate and wait for death. How could they allow others to sleep soundly in their beds? With such a powerful enemy occupying the unknown universe, they could not sleep or eat in peace, afraid that they would be discovered one day and be invaded. There was no way to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Of course, taking the initiative to eliminate the hidden dangers was more in line with the needs of the three universal civilizations. This was like an interference effect. If both sides did not know of each other's existence, they would still be able to live in peace and be two parallel lines that did not intersect. However, once they discovered each other, they would quickly interact. I admit that what you said makes sense. Louis sighed. But isn't this method also a form of wishful thinking? We're betting that the enemy won't discover us. Han Xiao shook his head and did not say anything. The reason he was so confident was that he knew when the World Tree would invade. However, there was no need to explain such things now, nor was it easy to explain. Even if he said it, the other party would still be skeptical. At this moment, the ethereal Pope frowned. However, how can we confirm that the information about this civilization relic is real and not fabricated? Are you suspecting me? Han Xiao glanced at him. I'm just being cautious, not targeting you. The ethereal Pope waved his hand. Louis thought for a moment and agreed. Indeed, the source of the information you provided is very convincing, but the authenticity is still questionable. It's not that we're suspecting you, but we can't completely believe this information. Although it looks real, who knows if there's anything wrong with this civilization relic itself? We can't jump to conclusions. Black Star, we'll use the information you provided as reference. The specifics will still depend on the results of the actual exploration, Marbruce said. TSK, the three of you are so troublesome. Hearing this, Han Xiao curled his lips, but he was not surprised. From the perspective of the three universal civilizations, it was only right to be cautious. After all, there was the possibility of fake information, just like what happened to the Kundi race back then. Who knew if this information was fabricated bait? Han Xiao stroked his chin and slowly said, "This civilization relic still has signs of life, but it's in a deep sleep. If we wake it up, we should be able to get more information out of it." He still had a related mission on him, and he had not awakened SWY-001 because he did not want to cause any trouble. However, now that he had confirmed that the three universal civilizations had come into contact with the World Tree in advance, this concern was basically eliminated. Therefore, Han Xiao did not mind awakening SWY-001 at this time. "Alright, I'll leave it to you then. This is very important. By the way, you'll help us, right?" Marbruce nodded. Suddenly, he paused as he realized that they were still in a state of confrontation with the association. The other two also realized this, and their expressions were a little uncomfortable. The situation had changed, and they needed the association's strength instead. Not long ago, they wanted to settle the score with the association, but now, they were asking for their help. The three of them felt awkward and a little ashamed. However, the three of them were in high positions, so they only felt awkward for a few seconds. They quickly adjusted their mentality and did not show anything on their faces, only staring at Han Xiao with burning eyes. Han Xiao glanced at the three of them and smiled. "The World Tree civilization can't coexist with us. We're in a cold relationship, and no one can be independent. Everyone has a common enemy, and cooperation is the only choice. It's great that you can understand this." The three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Now, they needed to unite all their strength. They were really afraid that the Beyond Grade A Association would do something stupid at a time like this. Seeing Black Star casually brush aside the conflict, the three of them could not help but recall the conflicts they had with the Beyond Grade A Association over the years, and their feelings were complicated. Looking at Black Star's actions since he came to power, he had always been trying to maintain a balance and hope to get along peacefully. He had never taken the initiative to start a conflict. In the past, the three of them thought that the association was stalling for time to accumulate strength, but now that they looked back, the three of them suddenly realized that there seemed to be another explanation for Black Star's actions. Was this not preserving their strength? Due to various reasons, they had been suppressing and ostracizing the association, but Black Star had been restraining himself, maintaining a fragile balance like walking on a tightrope. While they were still struggling with their internal conflicts, Black Star had most likely already set his eyes on the World Tree civilization and was preparing to fight against the external enemies. Unfortunately, the leak of the virtual mutiny virus made them decide to start a war. Trying to start a full-scale war and settle the score, I almost couldn't turn back. The three of them were shocked, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on their backs. They were very glad. Fortunately, They had stopped at the critical moment. If they had really fought, it would have destroyed Black Star's good intentions and damaged the strength on their side. Thinking of this, the three of them looked at Han Xiao again with complicated gazes. There was guilt and apology, but also gratitude and admiration. I misunderstood him. After knowing the real motive, the three of them felt like they had gotten to know Han Xiao again. Black Star's image in their hearts suddenly became vivid. The three of them felt like they were seeing the back of someone walking alone, carrying a burden that no one knew about, trying to eliminate conflicts, but no one understood his true intentions. Black Star, your contribution to this universe is worthy of being called great. This thought flashed through Mabru's mind, and he secretly praised and admired him. At the same time, he felt that it was a pity, and he had the same thought as Uranril. How great would it be if Black Star was a direct descendant of the dynasty? The prejudice of the past melted like snow. At this point, continuing to fight was a foolish thing to do. The three of them knew that Black Star had already shown his goodwill, and it was time for them to express their stance. The three of them looked at each other, understood what each other meant, and slowly nodded. Mabruce coughed, looked at Han Xiao seriously, and said solemnly, "I'm representing the global civilization. On behalf of the three universal civilizations, I officially invite you to be the special security advisor again. Are you willing?" Chapter 1329. Looking at the solemn expressions of the three of them, Han Xiao shook his finger. "You're not willing?" Mabruce's eyes narrowed. "No, what I mean is, it's not enough." Han Xiao's expression was calm, but he curled his lips in his heart. "If we're talking about thick-skinned, you guys are the thick-skinned ones. Not long ago, you guys were still targeting the beyond grade as, but now, you guys changed your attitude just like that. Although your motive is right, isn't this kind of behavior treating us beyond grade as like chamber pots that can come and go as you please? Ever since the ban was issued, the association had suffered a lot of losses. Even though everyone was on the same side, the world tree had not attacked yet. If the three universal civilizations wanted to get the association's help without offering substantial benefits, it would not be such a good thing. His identity was multifaceted, and it was his duty to fight for the interests of the association members. He could not accept the righteous kidnapping of the three universal civilizations. "Then, what are your conditions?" The three of them narrowed their eyes and leaned forward slightly. Personal opinions were personal, business was business. When it came to substantial benefits, even if the three of them admired Han Xiao's contributions, they would not allow him to ask for an exorbitant price. Perhaps, seeing that they were on the same side and that Black Star was actively sharing information about the world tree, they could give in. However, if the conditions were too excessive, the three of them would not agree. Han Xiao nodded and said, "Working together is the trend, but I hope you can understand. After all, I'm the president of the association, and I have to give the members an explanation. The ban has caused quite a lot of losses to many beyond grade A members. First of all, the ban needs to be lifted and the losses of the beyond grade A members will be compensated. What do you think?" "Sure." The three of them nodded. This was in the plan. Han Xiao continued, "Secondly, the association needs to be compensated with additional resources such as lost time, mental damage, and so on. In the subsequent cooperation, the three universal civilizations also have to continue to provide resources. Although we have a common enemy, you guys are the rulers of the explored universe. We'll help you protect your territory. We can't work for free. That's not a problem. The number can be negotiated." The three of them pondered for a moment, but did not object. Han Xiao paused for a moment before slowly saying, "Lastly, the three universal civilizations have to recognize the authority of the Beyond Grade A Association. It will no longer be a civilian organization but an official super-organization. They will recognize our independence and the sanctity of our territory. They will allow us to openly teach all super knowledge. They will be on equal footing with the advanced civilizations in terms of political status and enjoy the same rights. This will be written into the universal law of the galaxy. In addition, the association will have a territory with a high degree of autonomy at the edge of the explored universe." Hearing this, The three secretly frowned. One of the important reasons they could openly suppress the Beyond Grade A Association was that the nature of the association was that it was a civilian organization and did not enjoy the rights of a series of galactic universal laws such as the peace treaty. No civilian organization had ever enjoyed the same political treatment as the advanced civilizations, not even the powerful Beyond Grade A organizations. This request was unprecedented. This was not a verbal agreement, but a written law. The Beyond Grade A Association wanted to become a true super-authoritative alliance. Once they recognized it, the association's skyrocketing reputation would almost be able to monopolize the civilian super community. Furthermore, they would be protected by the universal law, so many suppression methods could not be used on the association, which was very troublesome. At the same time, the Beyond Grade A Association also requested an autonomous territory that was different from the territory of the Beyond Grade As. It was almost like establishing a country. Furthermore, it would be located at the edge of the explored universe, probably with the strategic intention of being able to advance and retreat, in order to prevent a possible cleansing in the future. Han Xiao waited for a moment. Seeing that the three of them were deep in thought, he clicked his tongue and added, "Don't misunderstand, I don't mean anything else. This is the association's request for its own safety. I believe the three universal civilizations should be willing to satisfy the association's wish to protect itself, right?" He almost said the unspoken words. "You guys have been hesitating for so long. Are you guys thinking about getting rid of the hound after the rabbit is dead?" The three of them looked at each other and quickly exchanged opinions in the private channel. Very soon, Ma Bruce knocked on the table and said, "If the World Tree's information is correct, we will agree to this condition. At the same time, if a war breaks out, the association will need to fully contribute. We will draft the detailed terms later." "That's good. When you fulfill your promise, we will have more foundation for cooperation." Han Xiao nodded. He knew very well that this was a potential exchange of benefits and a game of risk. Even if they knew about the existence of external enemies, life had to continue. The three universal civilizations would definitely plan for the situation after defeating the external enemies. At that time, they would still have to solve the problem of the expansion of the number of Beyond Grade As. Agreeing to this request would increase the difficulty of the cleansing in the future. However, due to the pressure of the external enemies, the three universal civilizations had no choice but to stabilize the association and compromise to a certain extent. If they did not agree to this condition, their intentions would be too obvious. Even if they worked together with the association, there would be a lot of unstable factors. This request was equivalent to Black Star's scheme, making it difficult for them to reject it even if they knew the consequences. Most importantly, Black Star was an unexpected insider, which disrupted the pace of the three universal civilizations. Stabilizing Black Star himself was even more important than stabilizing the association. The three of them thought for a while and finally agreed. Other than compromising, they were also gambling on another possibility. Compared to an internal cleansing, letting the external enemies reduce the number of Beyond Grade As was a more suitable way. The Beyond Grade A Association suffered heavy casualties in the external war. This was the most ideal result, far better than internal strife. Not only did it temporarily alleviate the problem of the imbalance of individual strength, but it also made the deaths of these Beyond Grade As the most valuable. This way, the after-effects of agreeing to Black Star's request would be greatly reduced. Before the next imbalance of individual strength occurred, they would have plenty of time to think of a solution. Han Xiao also knew what the three universal civilizations meant. This was where the game was. Because the threat of the World Tree was too great, he did not plan to not put in any effort. Making the Beyond Grade A Association suffer heavy casualties was also his goal. The core reason was that there was no limit to the Sanctum revival. He claimed that he only had one chance, and only by exposing the truth would he be able to complete the deterrence of the three universal civilizations. If he wanted people to die, he would either have to fight a civil war or an external war. It was impossible for the Beyond Grade As to collectively commit suicide. In comparison, fighting an external war would naturally maximize the benefits. He would not waste the key, would not exhaust his internal strength, and would also show his fist. As long as they saw the effects of the Sanctum revival, the three universal civilizations would understand the importance of it without experiencing it personally. They would have a strong fear of taking action. Not only would he be able to fight against the World Tree, but he would also intimidate the three universal civilizations. At the same time, he planned to mix in some Sanctum key materials that were difficult to find into the list of compensation. With the wealth of the three universal civilizations, they would definitely be able to take them out. It was equivalent to using other people's materials to build his own weapon and then using it to threaten them. This was very impressive. It was already a foregone conclusion that the World Tree would come into contact with him in advance, so Han Xiao adapted to the situation and flexibly adjusted his plan to maximize the benefits. The three leaders in front of him naturally did not know this, and they probably still thought that he was pursuing the guarantee of peace. Both sides had their own thoughts and reached a temporary consensus. Also, don't reveal anything about the World Tree civilization to the outside world for the time being. The fewer people who know, the better. Otherwise, it will cause chaos, Ma Bruce instructed. Of course. Han Xiao nodded. In his previous life, the battle with the World Tree had been fought with the advanced civilizations, armed forces, and supers. The ordinary people were basically protected, and their use was limited. It was not yet at the level where everyone was a soldier, and even if they knew, it would only add to the trouble. As he spoke, Han Xiao paused and said, "By the way, since you've invited me to be the special security consultant, I have to check on this matter. I need to share your exploration report on the World Tree civilization." "No problem." Ma Bruce agreed very readily this time. After all, he did not have as much information as Blackstar, and this was one of the help they needed. Han Xiao quickly received the research report on the wormhole data from the Dynasty's Academy of Sciences and immediately began reading it. He had returned to being the special security consultant to supervise the progress of the three universal civilizations' exploration and obtain first-hand information. Currently, he was the only outsider who had the right to interfere with the three universal civilizations' exploration of the World Tree. After quickly browsing through it, Han Xiao's gaze locked onto the first report. Next to the conclusion of confirmed existence of an unknown universal civilization, there was a doubtful comment from the audit department. He then looked back at the data and realized that it did not seem like he could directly come to this conclusion. What's wrong with the researcher who wrote this conclusion? This data can't prove that the other party is a universal civilization. Although he guessed correctly, it's too arbitrary. Han Xiao raised his brows. That's why we suspended him. It's too careless. Ma Bruce nodded. Han Xiao had a guess. Did this guy do it on purpose? Even a minor character can change the era. He sighed softly and lamented in his heart. After sorting out his emotions, Han Xiao pretended to be joking and said, "No matter what, he has made a contribution by chance. We can't let him down." Ma Bruce glanced at him and did not say anything. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled, changed the topic, and got down to business. Based on the current progress, I have a few suggestions. This meeting lasted for a few hours. After the two sides reached a consensus to keep in touch frequently, Han Xiao deactivated the remote projection and returned to his office. Han Xiao exhaled, rubbed his cheeks, and muttered, "Luckily, the three universal civilizations have avoided the crisis. Luckily, we managed to avoid a civil war. The three universal civilizations have finally stopped targeting us." He knew that the three universal civilizations would not completely let go of their hostility, but at their level, there was basically no one who would not turn back until they hit a wall. They all knew their priorities. As long as everyone came to an agreement, they could stop fighting and make peace today. The relationship between them was not important at all. It only depended on whether there was a need, and external enemies had always been a factor in shifting internal conflicts. The two sides had not turned enemies into friends. At most, they had become temporary partners, working together to solve their common main conflict. In fact, the biggest obstacle for the three universal civilizations to make peace with the association was Han Xiao, the president with real power. Now that he had agreed to cooperate, most of the resistance had disappeared. It could be said that he had single-handedly pushed for the alliance between the two sides. From today onwards, the situation has entered a new stage of being united against the outside world. The enemy is in the light, and we are in the dark. We have to start preparing for the world tree civilization. Han Xiao pulled himself together and felt a chill in his heart. This hidden danger had troubled him for nearly 100 years. Now, it was as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. It was finally time to face it. End of chapter. Chapter 1330. One day later, in the Black Star Core territory, Mechanical Life Civilization, Planet Apostle, Han Xiao and Aurora walked into the Galactic Research Institute, stopped in front of SWY-001, and looked up at this enormous mechanical body. "Are you sure you want to wake this big guy up today?" Aurora turned around and looked at Han Xiao. Han Xiao nodded. "Why did you suddenly change your mind?" Aurora asked curiously. "I've already finished studying it. There's nothing else of value left on it. It's time to wake it up and see if we can communicate with it." Han Xiao casually found an excuse. "All right, as long as you're happy." Aurora rubbed her hands and said eagerly, "Shall I start now?" Han Xiao nodded and snapped his fingers. Mechanical force flowed out, and mechanical soldiers appeared one after another with their weapons raised. At the same time, the various devices that imprisoned SWY-001 also started operating at full power. Seeing this, Aurora flipped her palm, and life force flowed into SWY-001. In her senses, SWY-001's almost dormant life force started to increase rapidly. Although Han Xiao did not have the ability to sense life force, he could still feel a powerful energy wave slowly waking up. In his vision, SWY-001's cells started to generate mechanical force, and the many mechanical modules that were almost paralyzed in its body started to operate. The broken mechanical body started to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mechanical devices that Han Xiao used to imprison it started to show signs of disintegration, as if they were going to be decomposed into raw materials for SWY-001 to repair its mechanical structure. Click, click, click. A series of mechanical sounds came from SWY-001's body. Its core reactor was activated, and its vocal cords also vibrated, letting out a heavy and strange groan like the groan of a beast that had just woken up from its slumber. Aurora cautiously took a few steps back. Han Xiao took a few steps forward and stood in front of her. He stared at the changes in SWY-001's parameters as it woke up. All of a sudden, an intense mechanical force exploded on his mechanical body and flowed through his entire body. SWY-001's eyelids trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. There was no light in his eyes, as if he had slept for too long and was trying to recall his identity. After being stiff for a long time, SWY-001 seemed to have readjusted its consciousness and started moving its body. SWY-001 scanned its surroundings in a daze. Then, it lowered its head and looked at Han Xiao, who was also emitting great power. It opened its mouth and let out a deafening sound wave with many strange syllables as if it was talking. "What is he saying?" Aurora didn't understand. She poked Han Xiao's back. "That is the common language of his civilization. He is questioning who we are and where we are," Han Xiao explained casually without even turning his head. He had obtained a lot of information from SWY-001's memory file, including the various languages of the Karma Republic. Han Xiao was relieved. Luckily, SWY-001's consciousness had not dissipated. Otherwise, he would have only obtained a shell, and the wake-up service would not have been able to continue. He might have had to go to the sanctum to get him out. Just as he was about to speak to SWY-001, something happened. Boom! A powerful mechanical force exploded, and the confinement device instantly disintegrated and was devoured by SWY-001. Then, he twisted his body, and his enormous mechanical body crashed through the wall of the research institute like a giant beast, retreating far away. At the same time, the broken parts quickly turned into various weapon modules and attached themselves to the surface of his body. He then fired at Han Xiao. Beams of light shot toward him. Han Xiao did not move, and the mechanical army around him summoned shields to block the attacks. He's running away. It's normal for him to have a reaction when he just woke up. Plus, he can't run away. Han Xiao said casually. SWY-001's last memory was of him being defeated by the World Tree civilization. He probably still did not understand the situation and thought that he had been captured by the World Tree civilization. Having expected this possibility, Han Xiao had removed the extra weapon modules of SWY-001 long ago. At the same time, he gathered the troops of the mechanical life civilization and arranged a large number of troops around him. The two of them flew into the universe through the hole that SWY-001 had made. They immediately saw the endless mechanical army surrounding this place. SWY-001 was surrounded in the middle and was about to break out. At this time, dozens of apostle weapons suddenly charged out from the army. Han Xiao's mechanical force landed on them from a distance. These apostle weapons engaged SWY-001 and quickly gained the upper hand. After the battle with the three universal civilizations, Han Xiao had the Dimension Factory repair the damaged soldiers day and night. The paralyzed apostle weapons were given priority to repair. Now, the apostle weapons had basically recovered. Han Xiao's muscles bulged, and blood gushed out, weaving into strips of flesh. The mechanical soldiers beside him swarmed over, and the advanced mechanical deity immediately appeared. He did not hold back. He charged forward, pressed down on SWY-001, and gave it a good beating. It was like two mechanical beasts fighting in space. Han Xiao had the upper hand in all aspects, while SWY-001's modules were in pieces. It was far from its peak state, so it was completely suppressed and could not fight back at all. Compared to the strength he had when he fought the three universal civilizations' direct members not long ago, Han Xiao had already completed the challenge mission and received 520 billion experience, 8 character summon cards, and 6 new abilities. 2 of them were ordinary talents, 2 were advanced talents, 1 was a rare ability, and 1 was a molding talent. The molding talent came from Warnos and was called God's Enhancement. Its effect was to increase the strength of one's abilities to a certain extent, as well as greatly strengthen the bonuses of the various levels of God's trait transformation. At the same time, it also increased the bonuses of faith-type talents. Key of Adeptus Mechanicus was suitable for this. These missions also gave him 3 universe legendary points, which were number 1 beyond grade A, creator of the greatest battle record in history, and source of fear of the 3 universal civilizations. Furthermore, after forcing the 3 universal civilizations' troops to retreat and completing the mission requested by Manison, he obtained one of his abilities. Fu Ding's luck seemed to have been concentrated on this. He also obtained one of Manison's unique talents, which was called Mechanical Force Ultimate Manison. His mechanical force was strengthened, greatly increasing his machinery affinity and mechanical force strength, as well as the attributes of his mechanical force and the upper limit of his energy. Although the unique talents were great, he had already collected 3 of Manison's unique talents, and he felt like he was becoming more and more like the Mecha Empire. These abilities increased his energy rank by a total of 2,740 Ona. To be able to increase his energy rank by such a considerable amount at his current level, the bonus to his combat strength was obvious. Compared to when they were facing each other, he was more than just a little stronger. The 3 universal civilizations' continuous battles had become nutrients for his growth. When Han Xiao was at his peak, there was no suspense in the battle between him and the crippled SWY-001. The best way to convince someone was always with his fists. After a round of persuasion, SWY-001 was finally forced to calm down. While subduing SWY-001, Han Xiao sent a private message to explain the current situation. Stop resisting. This isn't the World Tree civilization. We're another advanced civilization. You fell into our territory through a wormhole, and I picked you up. After explaining it over and over again, coupled with the deterrence of his fists, SWY-001 finally stopped struggling and began communicating with him skeptically. In the quantum network, the data exchange between the two was completed in the blink of an eye. SWY-001 knew that Han Xiao had checked his memory device and also saw some information about the Galactic Society, so he basically believed what Han Xiao said. However, he immediately became anxious. I can't stay here. My civilization is still waiting for me. His voice was like the voices of countless people stacked together, giving off an inexplicable sense of emptiness. His memory was still stuck at the time when he was defeated and unconscious. He did not see the moment when the Karma Republic was completely destroyed. Han Xiao shook his head. I've checked your age. You've been drifting in the universe for a very long time. According to our time calculation, that was more than 600 years ago. I'm afraid your civilization has already been destroyed. SWY-001 froze, as if he had fallen into a daze. Protecting his civilization with his life was the most important logic he had written when he was born. It was also the meaning of his existence in this form. I need confirmation, SWY-001 replied with a buzzing sound. If you're willing to provide the coordinates of the universe, we can help you explore it. However, we also need your help. It's an equivalent exchange. Help. We're also experiencing the same threat. You're the only survivor we know of, so we need your help. Your civilization has been destroyed. If you want revenge, you can't do it alone. We can work together. Han Xiao explained it to him. If it's true, I'll agree. SWY-001 analyzed for a while and finally nodded. After all, he could not beat the other party, so he did not have much choice. Furthermore, in the underlying logic, there was a revenge rule to begin with. If his civilization was destroyed, he had to find a way to take revenge on the World Tree while protecting himself. If his civilization was really destroyed, he had nowhere to go. Working with the civilizations here to fight against the World Tree was also in line with his goal. Then, I'll organize a meeting between you and the ruler of this territory. I need you to convince them of some things and help them recognize the danger of the World Tree civilization. As he spoke, Han Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. I've given you a number, but you probably won't like it. You're a collective consciousness. How do you want me to call you? Just call me Herbalin. That's the name of my beyond grade main body. The communication between the two of them was extremely fast and efficient. Herbalin did not resist and allowed the apostle weapons to take him away. There was still a lot of information about the Galactic Society that he needed to understand, but he would not be allowed to freely access the internet. Han Xiao had already used the virtual technology as a precaution and blocked the internet function. Seeing this, Han Xiao deactivated the mechanical deity state and relaxed his body. It went smoother than I thought. It's probably because of my fists. As long as he could not control the other party, Herbalin would definitely run away and search for the answer on his own. If it were anyone else, it would not have been so easy to deal with. However, with powerful combat strength, this problem was easily solved. His methods were simple and crude but effective. If he could not win against the other party would not be so easily convinced. Han Xiao opened the interface and took a look. The mission of Visitor from Afar was completed. The evaluation was based on the degree of repair of the body, which had reached a very high level. Although he had dismantled a lot of mechanical structures, Aurora's healing effect was amazing, which raised the evaluation. The reward of this mission itself was not high. The most useful thing was a Herbalin character summon card. The unknown impact of awakening Herbalin on the situation was the mission note. Just as Han Xiao was calculating the reward, Aurora slowly flew to his side with a curious expression. She did not know the content of the conversation between Han Xiao and Herbalin, nor did she know the other party's background. What did you say to him just now? What's up with this big guy? He comes from a lost civilization, a wanderer who lost his home. The details are a secret for now. I have other arrangements for him. TSK, forget it if you don't want to say it. Aurora could tell that Han Xiao did not want her to delve into it. She could not help but pout and snort. After a pause, Aurora said, "Oh, right. What about the underworld hero spirits that I revived? They're still on standby. Do you want me to remove their physical bodies?" There's no need to remove them. Keep them as a secret mobile force. They'll come in handy one day. Is it to guard against the 3 universal civilizations? Aurora probed. The outside world did not know what was going on between the association and the 3 universal civilizations. That's a factor, but it's not the main point. Han Xiao shook his head. I've already talked to the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations. If nothing goes wrong, the 2 sides should temporarily stop and make peace. Aurora was surprised. What agreement did you guys come to? The 3 universal civilizations are actually willing to give in. The reason is a secret for now, so I can't tell you yet. However, I'll hold a regular meeting to explain the specific terms. You'll know then. More than half a month passed quickly. Under the high attention of the Galactic Society, the 3 universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association seemed to have really stopped fighting. The 2 sides minded their own business. Just as all kinds of speculations were getting more and more rampant, the 3 universal civilizations, who had been pretending to be mute for more than half a month, finally released a joint statement, causing an earthquake in the entire Galactic Society. The 3 universal civilizations claimed that when the situation was about to go out of control, they took the initiative to give in. On one hand, they considered the safety of the Galactic Society. After much consideration, they finally chose to keep the peace and prevent the Galactic Society from falling into the flames of war. On the other hand, they said that they had reached a consensus with the association and had a reasonable way to deal with the virus technology. As for what it was, they did not give any details. The Beyond Grade A Association also gave them face and did not expose the 3 universal civilization statement, saying that this was how it was and that there was no conspiracy theory. At least on the surface, the reason for the 3 universal civilizations' large-scale military operation this time was the virtual mutiny virus technology. As long as this problem was solved, it would make sense for them to retreat. Even if their words were ambiguous, they could use confidentiality as a reason, and the galactic residents could not do anything about it. However, what caused an uproar among the galactic residents was the second half of the 3 universal civilization statement. They said that they would temporarily suspend the ban on the association and cancel the previous sanctions. The various organizations were shocked. They were clearly in a Cold War mode not long ago, and now they want to reconcile? What's going on? Did the 3 universal civilizations give up on solving the problem of individual strength imbalance? What kind of agreement did the 2 sides reach? Or were the 3 universal civilizations so afraid that they did not dare to make a move? Many people subconsciously thought of the scene of Black Star suppressing all the powerhouses of the 3 universal civilizations during the confrontation. Although they knew that the 3 universal civilizations would not stop because of Black Star's individual strength, they could not help but think in this direction. Could it be that the 3 universal civilizations were really afraid? Seeing the 3 universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association quickly go from fighting each other to being at peace, the countless bystanders had mixed feelings. They felt a little dejected, as if their voices did not matter at all. The ruler and the strong changed the era. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, they could only accept it. However, although both sides expressed that they would stop fighting, the 3 universal civilizations were still aggressive at the beginning. This result undoubtedly made people feel that the Beyond Grade A Association had won this battle for a while. This was one of the few cases where a civilian organization forced the 3 universal civilizations to give in. The reputation of the Beyond Grade A Association, which had been suppressed, suddenly bounced back. All of a sudden, it was as if they had become the brightest kid in the Galactic Society. Although the voices of cursing the supers did not disappear completely, they were drowned out by the sea of rainbow farts. Many people were slapped in the face by this result and did not dare to go against the current mainstream opinion. They all quietened down and quietly went into hiding. On the other side, the most dumbfounded was still the Supercluster Alliance. They made up just like that. They're not going to break up anymore. If you don't fight, how are we going to get close to the association? Are we, the third party, going to be abandoned again? The taste of being a spare tire is so bitter. Chapter 1331. Beyond Grade A Association Headquarters, Planet Finn. Today was the first regular meeting after the three universal civilizations gave in. All the Beyond Grade A members were present early. No one was not curious about what agreement Black Star had reached with the three universal civilizations and were waiting for the president to give them an explanation. This is really sudden. Black Star completed the peace talks with the three universal civilizations without a word. I didn't receive any news at all, Kasui complained. I wonder what agreement the president reached with the three universal civilizations in private. With Black Star's personality, we shouldn't be the ones at a disadvantage, Kant said with an uncertain tone. Of course, no one present believed the announcement made by the three universal civilizations. They all knew that Black Star must have done some insider trading in private, but no one had found out what was going on. By the way, Ames, you're so close to Black Star. Did he tell you anything? Cisco turned and asked. He didn't tell me, Ames turned to Hella and said with a smile, but Hella might know. I'm not sure. I haven't seen him recently. Hella pursed her lips and shook her head. Everyone whispered to each other for a while, and Han Xiao's remote projection finally landed on the main seat. He looked around and smiled. Since everyone is here, let's get straight to the point. The main reason I gathered everyone here today is to tell you the agreement I reached with the three universal civilizations, as well as the next step of the association. Han Xiao glanced around. Seeing that everyone was listening to him attentively, he continued. The three universal civilizations agreed to a few of my conditions. They've decided to lift the blockade and make up for our losses during this period. They'll also give us additional compensation. In addition, they'll recognize the official status of the Beyond Grade A Association and enjoy the same rights as the advanced civilizations. This will be written into the galactic law. At the same time, we'll get a highly autonomous territory at the edge of the explored universe. That's about it. As soon as he finished, the entire place was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The Beyond Grade A members present were shocked and looked at Han Xiao in disbelief. It was not that this agreement was bad but that it was too good. They did not expect that Black Star would be able to obtain such ridiculous benefits that even the three universal civilizations were willing to accept. A normal truce was still within the range of understanding, but the three universal civilizations were not giving in at all but surrendering. Only when someone had their reproductive organs pinched by someone else would they compromise to this extent. Originally, everyone thought that it would be good enough if the three universal civilizations were willing to give them some compensation, but they did not expect such a surprise. With this, the problems that had been troubling the association were mostly solved, and they had much less to worry about. How did you do it? Kasui couldn't help but ask. Han Xiao vaguely glanced at the Beyond Grade as of the supercluster and said, I know that everyone is curious about the reason why the three universal civilizations gave in, but this matter is rather complicated, and we don't have a definite answer yet. Furthermore, these benefits are not given for free. It's part of the deal, and the price is that we have to help the three universal civilizations at certain times. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Seeing this, Han Xiao spread his hands. If you have any opinions, you can raise them. The foundation of our association's existence is to respect the attitude of all members. If you feel that it's not suitable, we can discuss it again. Beja immediately coughed and said, I think it's not bad. After all, we revivers have already died once. We can't enjoy the Sanctum revival, so we don't have to take the risk of fighting. Of course, it's a good thing. Hearing this, many of the revivers nodded. Oathkeepers' lies were deeply rooted in their hearts. In their opinion, if they died again, they could only go to the underworld and live a lowly life. I thought I could start a massacre and teach the three universal civilizations an unforgettable lesson to repay them for what they did to me back then. I didn't expect that after a few hundred years, the three universal civilizations would become a bunch of cowards. Black Star, you too, what's there to negotiate? The three universal civilizations chose to give in, so they must be in trouble. We should beat them when they're down. You didn't even seize such a good opportunity. I thought you were a ruthless person, but I was wrong about you. Han Xiao raised his brows and let out a nasal sound. Dylan snorted, his tone not showing any weakness. I didn't expect you to not be the kind of guy I thought you were, but a wise man full of righteousness, foresight, and rationality. You deserve to be our leader. Han Xiao nodded in satisfaction, and his nasal voice deepened. Everyone immediately looked away in disdain, ignoring Dylan's voice. Kasui came out to smooth things over and said with a smile, "These conditions are all surprises, so no one has any objections. However, Blackstar, the three universal civilizations have only expressed their willingness to stop and make peace. They haven't acknowledged our independence yet. Are you sure they will fulfill the agreement? I still don't think they will compromise so easily. There's basically no problem, but we'll have to wait for a while." Han Xiao shook his head. He had already asked Herbalan to talk to the leaders of the three universal civilizations to increase his persuasiveness. When the three universal civilizations had some results in their actual exploration, it was time to fulfill the agreement. Furthermore, this matter had caused an uproar and was currently in the limelight. The three universal civilizations planned to deal with it coldly for a period of time and only announce this matter after the heat of public opinion had passed. I hope so. Kasui nodded and asked curiously, "Then what's the next development path of the association? Do you have any ideas?" Han Xiao shook his head. "Everyone, recover your strength first and continue to accumulate forces. As for the future, we'll talk about it after the three universal civilizations fulfill the agreement." He remembered another idea he had in the past. When their political status was recognized and the autonomous territory was in their hands, the association's reputation among the supers would rise to a new level. Perhaps they could create a country that belonged solely to the supers and absorb the free supers of the entire universe. The current association would then become the ruling parliament of the country. On one hand, it was to consider their future development. They had to expand the size of the organization and recruit more people. As the seedlings of the beyond grade the more supers there were, the better. On the other hand, it was to ensure their independence. Ordinary supers would have many worries living under the jurisdiction of the three universal civilizations. If they had a new place to go, they would have a choice, and there would always be people who were willing to become residents here. Furthermore, the conflict between the ordinary people and the supers was getting more and more intense. Everyone did not see eye to eye with each other. Perhaps it was not bad to give the supers a chance to live separately. It might be good for everyone. Of course, the three universal civilizations would definitely not be happy to see this. Before the threat of the world tree erupted, Han Xiao would not consider taking action. As long as it's a super, no race will reject them. Why does this behavior seem a little familiar? Han Xiao scratched his head. If he remembered correctly, this idea was a little like the character in a comic that was still serialized in his previous life. It should be their auntie who built the world of nations. Then what am I, the big boss? Han Xiao threw these random thoughts out of his mind and continued to discuss business with everyone. After talking for more than an hour, the meeting finally ended. Everyone left with excitement and relaxation. Han Xiao deactivated the remote projection. Just as he returned to his office, Philip appeared. "Master, you have a high-level encrypted message. It's from the Supercluster Alliance, Oh, looks like they can't hold it in anymore." Han Xiao opened the message and took a look. It was a message from the Supercluster Alliance inviting him to a meeting. He was not surprised. The association had originally cooperated with the Supercluster Alliance to fight against the three universal civilizations. Now that the three universal civilizations and the association had stopped fighting each other, the Supercluster Alliance, as the third party, was in a difficult position. Furthermore, the Supercluster Beyond Grade who had participated in the meeting earlier must have sent the agreement back. The Supercluster Alliance was definitely anxious, afraid that the association and the three universal civilizations would work together again. Thus, they hurriedly came to test his attitude. 10 minutes later, in the meeting room of the Supercluster Alliance, the various leaders gathered and sat upright. Han Xiao's remote projection appeared in the room, and he immediately felt everyone's gazes. The Star Arc Civilization's leader said with a deep voice, "Black Star, we agreed to work together to fight against the three universal civilizations." "What's going on now?" Han Xiao shrugged. "The goal of the struggle is peace. The association has already achieved its goal, so there's no need to continue fighting against the three universal civilizations. This is good for the association. What about our alliance?" Han Xiao calmly said, "Our previous alliance had a total of 4 conditions. Other than the first condition, which is to fight against the three universal civilizations, the other 3 are two-way resource sharing and cooperation. We can continue to cooperate in the future." The Star Arc Civilization's leader could not help but ask, "Then, what if the three universal civilizations have something to say? Will you break the alliance because of this?" Since the three universal civilizations have admitted that the association can keep the virtual virus technology, they've admitted that no one has the right to interfere with the association's internal affairs. "Which galactic law did I violate by forming an alliance with you? So what if they have something to say?" Han Xiao shrugged. "Maybe we can change the first agreement and change the condition of joining forces against the three universal civilizations to that the association cannot take the initiative to attack the supercluster civilizations other than counterattacking. At the same time, the Sanctum revival quota I promised you will still be effective." Hearing this, everyone was a little surprised. They were prepared for Black Star to turn against them, but from the looks of it, Black Star seemed to be very easy to talk to. Han Xiao smiled and said, "To put it bluntly, we don't trust the three universal civilizations, so we need to leave a way out. Therefore, we're willing to maintain a good relationship with the Supercluster Alliance. When the association was blocked, it was you guys who lent a helping hand. Personally, I'm also willing to continue cooperating, so I still have this bit of credibility." "I see." The Star Arc Civilization's leader was relieved. Although it made it seem like an affair, this result was barely acceptable. The main thing was that Black Star did not intend to go back on his Sanctum revival quota, so this was quite good. "So what if we're two-timing? At least we still have the right to be stepped on. As long as it's comfortable, we can even accept a spare tire." After the parties involved expressed their opinions one after another, even if all kinds of conspiracy theories ran rampant, the situation quickly calmed down, and the galactic residents and the various large organizations slowly returned to their normal lives. The blockade was lifted, and the various channels of the association were reopened one after another, gradually returning to normal business. However, the plan to integrate the black market did not stop, and it was still carried out by the players. Something big happened every day, and the lives of ordinary people had to continue. The dispute between the three universal civilizations and the association also gradually became the topic of conversation after meals, no longer being talked about every day. However, under the surface of peace, undercurrents were surging. The three universal civilizations were secretly preparing for war and investigating. This set of wormhole data left behind by Escod was named World Tree Passage. With Han Xiao's reminder, the three universal civilizations were very careful in their exploration. So far, they had not encountered any life from the World Tree civilization. At the same time, the three universal civilizations listened to Han Xiao's suggestion and organized a joint expedition army, intending to enter the depths of the secondary dimensions to search for the so-called World Tree's main body. Secondary Dimension World, Dynasty Outpost. A huge expedition fleet was gathered here, undergoing the last inspection before departure. The dock was filled with soldiers of the three universal civilizations with serious expressions. Han Xiao stood on the dock and watched this scene. Harrison stood to the side with his backpack on his back, at a loss as to what to do. He said weakly, "Your Excellency Black Star, what is this fleet looking for? Why do I have to participate?" "To find something related to the fate of the explored universe." Han Xiao patted his shoulder. "Do I have to go?" Harrison was about to cry. He was still young and was not the old explorer from his previous life. Furthermore, the World Tree War had not broken out yet, so he could not ignore life and death. An expedition to the depths of the secondary dimensions was not an easy mission. Along the way, they would have to pass through countless strange secondary dimensions. Who knew what kind of situation they would encounter? If they did not deal with it properly, they would suffer heavy losses. Furthermore, communication was not convenient. They would be like a lone army that could not communicate with the rear. What are you afraid of? Didn't I leave you a lot of equipment? If you encounter danger, they will be enough to protect you. If not, didn't you bring a set of Lord's avatar and a throne? I can teleport over at any time. Han Xiao patted his head. I'm afraid that I won't be able to call you in time before I die. Harrison looked dejected. Furthermore, there are so many people participating. There's no point in adding me, right? Han Xiao was helpless and could not answer. In his previous life, Harrison had discovered the main body of the world tree, but this time, who knew if the goddess of luck would favor him? Furthermore, the main body of the world tree was not without protection. The surrounding secondary dimensions were filled with countless spawn races, which were extremely dangerous. When the fleet discovered the other party, the world tree also discovered them. However, if they could not find the main body of the world tree, their chances of winning were slim. Sending the expedition team in advance was already a step ahead. Han Xiao was currently the only outsider cooperating with the three universal civilizations to explore the world tree. Other than Harrison, he had also chosen some trustworthy people to participate in the first batch of Secondary Dimensions expedition team. Most of them were mechanical lives, with some Black Spirit race members mixed in. After comforting Harrison for a while, the expedition fleet was finally ready. Harrison looked back 3 times with every step, but in the end, he still stepped onto the spaceship bravely. With the roar of the Secondary Dimensions dedicated engine, the joint expedition fleet slowly took off, turning into a flash of light and disappearing from everyone's sight, heading toward the unknown future. Chapter 1332. After sending off the expedition team, Han Xiao stood at the dock for a while. This time, Guzar, who was wearing a tall emperor's suit, walked over from behind and stood side by side. Guzar, who had a long beard and looked like Zhong Fei, took out a thick red cigarette from his shirt pocket. He rubbed it with his finger and lit the cigarette. He took a deep breath and exhaled a puff of green smoke. He smacked his lips and said, "That's right." He smacked his lips and said, "This is only the first batch. There will be a second and third expedition team in the future. The depths of the secondary dimensions are unpredictable. I hope the main body of the world tree you mentioned really exists. Don't let the sacrifices die for nothing. Don't be too pessimistic. Maybe it'll be more dangerous than dangerous," Han Xiao replied casually. Guzar did not comment. He took out another cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Han Xiao. "It's a premium product specially provided by the dynasty's upper echelons. You can't buy it on the market. Try it." "I don't smoke anymore." Han Xiao waved his hand and rejected. "Is that so?" Guzar put away the cigarette, shook his head, and said, "Speaking of which, I've never heard of you having any hobbies. Don't you mechanics have any entertainment needs? Smoking and drinking are not as fun as robots." Han Xiao glanced at him. "Just say what you want. Can't I talk to you if I don't have anything?" Guzar shrugged. Although Black Star had beaten them up not long ago, both sides had made peace. Fighting before the battle was official business, and there was no grudge between them. Most beyond grade as admired the strong, and the direct descendants of the three universal civilizations were no exception. They all had a certain level of respect for Black Star's achievements and abilities. "Next time. I'm quite busy." Han Xiao patted Guzar's shoulder. Guzar sighed and said, "All right, I'm here to tell you that His Excellency the Ruler is waiting for you online. He wants to talk to you about something. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Han Xiao turned around and walked into the dynasty's outpost base. He went to the private communication room and answered Marbruce's call. "Ruler Marbruce, what's the matter?" "Our exploration has made some progress. The probes have collected the exact coordinates, and the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device can already reach the territory of the World Tree civilization. However, we have no intention of sending troops for the time being." Han Xiao nodded. The Radiant Federation's multidimensional sky-opening transportation device had extremely high strategic value and was very useful. It was necessary to use it here. Unfortunately, the three universal civilizations only allowed him to interfere in limited areas. Most of them only treated him as a consultant and did not allow him to use the World Tree Channel to send anything. What can I do for you? We plan to bury some detection equipment and strategic killing weapons in the uninhabited areas. For this, we need more information, such as the star map of the other side and the division of forces. It's inefficient for us to slowly detect these things, and as the detection range expands, the risk of encountering the World Tree civilization will increase. So, Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Ma Bruce pondered and said, "We plan to try to connect to the other party's network after the preparations are done and steal some superficial information, so we're here to ask for your opinion." Han Xiao thought for a while and said, "If it's just superficial information, as long as we enter from an unimportant terminal node, do a good job of disguising the data and erasing the traces, and let the Beyond Graders analyze the other party's network coding language first, the risk will be controlled." This was not invading the other party's network but browsing the network information with an alias, so the difficulty was not high. The World Tree civilization also had a communication system in the form of a quantum network, which was basically the standard of advanced civilizations. However, the cornerstone of the communication method was not the quantum network but a mental network called the treetop connection that the World Tree came with. However, the latter was too transparent and monotonous, not as diverse as the quantum network. Then let the Beyond Grade A mechanic take the lead and supplement the computing power of the main artificial intelligence to collect the superficial information of the other party's network. When the time comes, the information obtained will be shared with you. After chatting for a while, Ma Bruce hung up the communication, mainly to inform Han Xiao of the exploration plan. Han Xiao put down the communicator and curled his lips. Other than the secondary dimension expeditionary army, they won't let me interfere in any other exploration work. It seems like they are still on guard. The current situation was far from the stage of unity in his previous life. Although it was not to the extent of scheming against each other, they could not completely trust each other like in his previous life and cooperate without any worries. After leaving the dynasty outpost and returning to the army base, Han Xiao summoned Philip and issued a special summoning order to the hundreds of Beyond Grade A seeds in the army. Because the three universal civilizations strictly controlled the World Tree Channel, he could not make many preparations at the moment. Other than increasing the Void God's trait transformation and making the production line explode all day long, he could only wait for the players to become rich and slowly provide him with EXP. Therefore, he planned to use the advantage of the interface to give the hundreds of Beyond Grade A seeds who had transferred to the army a year ago a long-term special training, hoping that a new Beyond Grade A would be born from this group of people and strengthen the high-end strength of the association. After sending the message, Han Xiao left the room and walked around the base for a while before suddenly bumping into Jenny. Han Xiao could not help but stop and ask in confusion, "Ames has already returned to Floating Dragon Island. Why are you still here?" Jenny crossed her arms and snorted. "It wasn't easy for me to get a holiday because of the refuge. I don't want to go back so quickly to work overtime. Let Ames take care of things herself. I happen to have some free time." Han Xiao understood. "So you've rested well. No wonder your hairline has recovered a little. I almost didn't recognize you. You don't have to say it if you don't know how to speak. No one will treat you as a mute." Jenny rolled her eyes. "Then rest well at my place. However, if Ames comes to ask me for someone, don't expect me to help you." Han Xiao shook his head, smiled, and walked past him. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard Jenny behind him speak again. This time, her tone was a little hesitant. I haven't seen Harrison in a while. I sent him a message, but he didn't reply. Where did he go?" Han Xiao turned around and looked at her, a little surprised. "The two of you really hooked up. I thought you rejected him. Looks like you're the same as Ames, the honest type." T. Jenny was furious. "There's nothing between me and that annoying guy. I was just curious." Han Xiao did not believe her at all. He casually said, he went on a secret mission. You probably won't see him for a long time. Secret mission? Jenny hesitated for a moment. Is it dangerous? Of course, Han Xiao replied rather straightforwardly. Jenny choked. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she softly said, then help me tell him. Tell him what? Han Xiao immediately became alert. Stupid sister, be careful. Don't raise a flag so casually and lower Harrison's survival rate. Jenny gritted her teeth, turned her head, and stubbornly said, ask him when he's going to pay me back the money he owes me. TSK, you don't mean what you say. Han Xiao mercilessly exposed Jenny. Forget it if you don't want to help me ask. Jenny flew into a rage out of humiliation. I'll ask him, but I might not be able to contact him now. Let's talk about it another time. Han Xiao waved his hands, turned around, and left. When he turned the corner, he turned his head to take a look and saw that Jenny was still standing in the same place with a disappointed expression on her face. TSK, and you say there's nothing going on. Han Xiao smacked his lips. Just as he was about to leave, Philip suddenly jumped out with a surprised expression. Master, another army officer has become a beyond grade A, Let me see. Han Xiao was overjoyed and immediately switched to the surveillance interface. In the image, a figure burning with pugilist flames was sitting cross-legged in space like a small star. It was Lothair, who had been in seclusion for decades. After holding it in for so long, this guy finally gave birth. P2E, he advanced. Han Xiao was greatly relieved. Originally, he thought that Lothair would still need a few more years to complete the transformation, but he did not expect him to break through this boundary so quickly. Did he see how I defeated the 3 universal civilizations and feel inspired? Immediately switching to the king, Han Xiao teleported to Lothair's personal dojo. As soon as he looked up, he saw Lothair, who was completing the last step of his evolution. Han Xiao summoned his mechanical army and set up energy shielding devices around him. After waiting for a while, the pugilist flames on Lothair's body slowly retracted, almost like a solid crystal. Just by looking at it, one could feel an oppressive sharpness. The attributes of a pugilist's energy were varied, and Lothair's core energy attributes were sharp and armor-piercing, mainly for lethality. Lothair opened his eyes, looked around, and immediately saw Han Xiao. He quickly flew down and landed in front of Han Xiao. Your Excellency Blackstar, I did not disappoint you. Lothair's attitude was still respectful, not losing himself because of the sudden increase in strength. Han Xiao squeezed his shoulder, smiled, and said, You're already a beyond grade A, so it's fine to address you as an equal. What do you think? Do you want to start your own organization? I'm still willing to be the blade in your shadow. If not for your nurturing, I wouldn't have what I have today. Lothair shook his head, still using the honorific. Beyond grade as usually would not continue to be subordinates, but Lothair had thoughts of repaying his debt. Furthermore, the Black Star Corps was also an exception, and there were already 2 beyond grade as in it. With the previous example, the latecomers would be more accepting. Don't belittle yourself. I helped you because you have potential. As Han Xiao spoke, he punched Lothair's chest, making a dull thud. Lothair could not help but take a step back, rubbing his aching chest. Seeing this, Han Xiao shook his head. You have to continue training your physique. You're still too weak now. In the eyes of ordinary people, beyond grade A is already the peak, but in the eyes of veterans like us, this is just the beginning. You've just stepped into this threshold, and there's still a lot to train. I can fight dozens of new beyond grade as like you. I've seen the live broadcast of your confrontation with the 3 universal civilizations. I have no doubts about that. Lothair nodded. He was also impressed by Han Xiao's performance back then, and his heart was filled with respect. Since you've become a beyond grade A, I'll give you a gift. I'll get you a universal treasure weapon in a while. What type do you want? If you don't want mechanical equipment, I can also ask a mage to create an enchanted equipment for you, Han Xiao said. Lothair thought for a while. A pair of daggers will do. All right, after you've thought about it, send me your specific requirements, and I'll customize them for you. Han Xiao smiled and suddenly changed the topic. By the way, speaking of which, I have a mission for you. Where to? Who to kill? How long will it last? Lothair immediately became serious, showing his professionalism. Sigh, don't always fight and kill. It's not good. Han Xiao coughed and said, there's a pugilist genius with extraordinary potential who's receiving special training here. He already has a beyond grade A as his teacher. I hope you can train him for a while and pass on your experience to him. Carrot's bottlenecks were all in the early stages, and he could only level up quickly by accumulating insights. Different experts provided different insights, and Yin Ying was almost squeezed dry. The freshly minted Lothair was like a leek field that had yet to be harvested, a new tool. All right, I'll do my best to teach him. Lothair nodded, but he was also curious. A pugilist genius who could make the army commander specifically find a beyond grade A as his teacher, how shocking was his potential? This was a bluish-green space. The ground was made up of bluish-green tree roots that were intertwined with each other. The ground was translucent, and one could see energy bubbles flowing within the roots. It was filled with a verdant vitality. In the center of the space, a large number of roots rose up, forming a huge throne. A tall figure sat on it with his eyes closed as if he was in a deep sleep. Vine-like roots crawled all over his body, and blue and green fluorescent lights flowed around his body, making him look like lively little fairies. Suddenly, this figure trembled slightly and slowly opened his eyes. He raised his hand and gently patted the armrest of the seat. In the next moment, the roots on the ground moved on their own. They intertwined with each other and transformed into a flower bud. Then, the flower bud opened and a tall figure appeared out of thin air. She was dressed in a gorgeous robe and walked out from inside. As soon as he appeared, this tall figure bowed strangely to the figure on the throne and said in a low voice, "What orders do you have?" Hearing this, the figure on the throne leaned forward slightly and slowly said, "The information network has detected an abnormal network. There is an abnormal reaction in the information form alert network. There might be an unknown information collection that has interacted with us. Perhaps someone is spying on us. Go and investigate." Understood, Your Excellency Tree King. Chapter 1333. Somewhere in the World Tree Civilization, an artificial teleportation wormhole suddenly appeared and expanded. A few unmanned engineering ships sailed out and quickly set up shielding devices and communication bases. After the temporary base station was completed, the three direct beyond grade A mechanics from the three universal civilizations used this as a springboard to send the Vader over. In the data field, the quantum souls of Guardian Romo, Quantum Demon Judith, and the others appeared. In their vision was the quantum network node that was connected into a bright sea of stars. Pay attention to the data disguise. If there are any abnormalities, immediately disconnect the connection. Judith sternly exhorted him. After the initial preparations, the three universal civilizations officially carried out the network intelligence theft plan today. They sent out three direct mechanics to use the computing power of the main artificial intelligence of each civilization to browse the World Tree Civilization's network. The World Tree Channel was a springboard. Now, the wormhole coordinates that the three universal civilizations had explored were not only the data left behind by Escod. To be safe, they changed locations almost every time they attacked, and they rarely used the same wormhole coordinates again. This was the first time this coordinate was used. They planned to temporarily seal it after stealing the network intelligence. The three of them did not have the time to waste. Using the basic coding language that they had deciphered not long ago, they cooperated with their teammates to infiltrate a quantum network node and began to collect data on a large scale, searching for public information on the network. Every second, a huge amount of data was packed and uploaded to the high encryption information processing library temporarily opened by the three universal civilizations' main artificial intelligence. The three universal civilizations monitored the situation remotely, and their efficiency was extremely fast. It did not take long for them to complete the operation. The engineering ship immediately dismantled and retrieved all the devices, leaving behind a few strange-looking bombs on the spot before returning to the explored universe through the wormhole. After the engineering ship returned, the three universal civilizations closed the World Tree Channel on the other side of the wormhole. The artificial wormhole quickly shrank and disappeared. Then, the bombs that had been left in this area in advance exploded at the right time. Chaotic energy waves spread out, covering this area and erasing all traces. Peace was restored in the area, as if nothing had happened. After an unknown period of time, a spatial rift suddenly appeared, and a translucent blue-green route stretched out from it. It was extremely large. Ripples appeared on the surface of the route, and a fleet flew out. At first, it was a little blurry, like a phantom. When it completely left the route, the appearance of the fleet suddenly solidified. This is the abnormal reaction area shown by the Information Form Alert Network. Holy Tree Emissary, do you want to start the inspection? In the command room of the main ship, the captain stood beside a tall figure and respectfully asked for instructions. This tall figure was called Barbany, and it had a ferocious appearance. It looked like some kind of arthropod. It was wearing battle armor, and there was a weak blue-green energy around it. It was not the same species as the crew around it. Within the World Tree civilization, the Holy Tree emissaries were a special group. They had a high status and were one of the executors of the highest will. Only individuals who had a deep connection with the World Tree could take on the role. They could use some of the World Tree's abilities, such as fast travel, physical transformation, and so on. Activate the information form camera and see what's going on here. Barbany's voice was short and sharp. This kind of device could retrace what had happened in an area at the information state level. The higher the power, the longer the retrace time, and the clearer the details. Once the order was given, the fleet quickly got to work. Light green screens scanned the surroundings, but there was no reaction from the areas they scanned. Barbarian. Barbarian barded barbarian 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 barra barbarian. The captain glanced at the scan results and quickly came to a conclusion. Even the traces of the older information form have disappeared, which proves that the outsiders have mastered a certain level of information form technology. The level of their civilization is not low. Looks like we have new prey. Barbany was excited. The captain glanced at the time and analyzed, judging from the time difference between us and the scene, the intruder's goal may be to enter our quantum network and steal information. That's a good thing. Barbany didn't care. He wasn't worried about the information being leaked on the internet at all. The higher-ups wouldn't be able to find out the key secrets. At the same time, it was also a layer of bait. The Information Form Warning Network covered the entire information collection of the World Tree civilization. It could detect if an outsider was spying on it. As long as it was entangled with the information collection, it would send out a warning. However, it was only limited to the alarm, and there was no way to steal the other party's information. Therefore, they could only discover that there was an outsider spying on them, but they did not know the other party's specific situation. However, this was not a problem. The World Tree itself had the characteristics of a high-dimensional information body. The more outsiders knew of its existence, or the deeper the interference between the two sets of information, the more obvious the connection would be. As long as the interaction reached a certain standard, the World Tree would be able to send out a revelation and sense the direction of the other party's information collection. Then, it would send a long-distance team to search in that direction. They would eventually find the other party. This was also like the sole connection of a universal treasure. It could be located remotely, but the relationship was reversed. Most universal treasures found it difficult to establish a soul connection. They were extremely cold, and even if they acknowledged their masters, they would only accept them half-heartedly. The Evolution Cube and the Spacetime Amber were both like this, but the World Tree was a universal treasure that did not reject anyone. However, outsiders could only rub against it and would not be able to obtain any substantial benefits from it. Instead, they would expose themselves. This was similar to how if you said my name, I would be able to know you. It was similar to the characteristics of some information life forms in the universe, as if it had divinity. Therefore, The information on the quantum network was a kind of bait to catch the fish in the universe that had the ability to discover them and find prey. However, the information on the network was not fake data. It was indeed real information left behind by the daily activities of countless people. It was just that all the secrets about the world tree itself were strictly restricted and not allowed to be uploaded. Alright, your mission is complete. Barbunny let out a sharp laugh. I'll suggest that the Tree King activate all the information perceivers in the future form to see if he can foresee the information of this group of outsiders in advance. Let's go. As soon as he said that, the blue-green energy on his body suddenly surged. The huge roots that were quietly lying at the side seemed to have received a signal. They suddenly curled up and swallowed the fleet before quickly retracting into the spatial rift. The next moment, the spatial rift quickly closed as if it had never existed. A few days later, on a secret training planet in the Black Star Core territory, Han Xiao floated in outer space and looked down at the two meteors chasing each other on the ground. They collided time and time again, leaving huge craters on the ground. Dust and sand billowed. One of them was Lethair, and the other was Carrot, who was undergoing special training. Lethair controlled his strength and constantly trained Carrot in actual combat. While imparting his martial arts insights, he was also practicing his precise control of his skyrocketing strength. Carrot was like a sponge, rapidly absorbing the essence and enriching himself. After finding the right cultivation method, this guy's improvement will be rapid. Han Xiao, who was watching the battle from above, nodded in satisfaction. Not only Carrot, he had also been training the other Beyond Grade A seeds in the past few days. He taught them according to their aptitude and provided customized cultivation plans. The effect was not bad. He felt that if this continued for a long time, many seeds should be able to sprout. Beep beep. At this moment, his communicator rang. Han Xiao took a look. It was a message from the 3 universal civilizations. Inside was the information about the World Tree civilization that they had stolen from the network. It had been fully analyzed. He raised his eyebrows and immediately focused his attention on the book. Because the players' intelligence channels were limited, it was very difficult for them to touch on high-level secrets. His understanding of the World Tree civilization came from the war period in his previous life, and it was basically common knowledge at that time. He knew very little about the situation of the World Tree civilization at this point in time, and this information would help him deepen his understanding. When there is no war, the daily life of the World Tree civilization is similar to that of the Galactic Society. Speaking of which, in my previous life, the 3 universal civilizations have always been dealing with invasions and have never attacked the territory of the World Tree civilization. This is the first time I've seen a detailed star map of their territory. Han Xiao looked through it carefully and realized that it was all ordinary information. None of it was as important as the secrets of the World Tree's main body that he had provided. At the end of the message, he found a note from the 3 universal civilizations, indicating that they would fulfill the agreement after some time and acknowledge the association's position. Although it hasn't verified the accuracy of the secrets I provided, the other ordinary information matches up. The 3 universal civilizations shouldn't doubt me anymore. As he was reading the message, his communicator suddenly rang again. Han Xiao took a look. It was a message from Oathkeeper, and the content made his heart tighten. Destiny's Child suddenly had an abnormal reaction. Han Xiao's eyes twitched. If he remembered correctly, the last time Destiny's Child had an abnormal reaction was when the intelligent plague broke out in advance. Furthermore, it had created a new batch of subbodies, and one of them was in his hands. This was something that Oathkeeper had told him personally after he had built a good relationship with him. At this juncture, Destiny's Child had caused trouble again. He felt that it was definitely not a good thing. Chapter 1334. Ancient Star Desert, Holy Covenant's secret base. A light flashed, and Han Xiao, who was wearing the king mechanical suit, was teleported to the exclusive throne teleportation platform. Law and Fei were already waiting there. Your Excellency Black Star. The two of them greeted him. Where's Oathkeeper? Han Xiao looked around. He's waiting for you in Destiny's Child's laboratory. It happened very suddenly. Please follow us. The two of them did not say much and led the way. Han Xiao followed them all the way to their destination. Walking into the laboratory, the room was full of busy operators. Han Xiao saw Destiny's Child locked in a transparent container and Oathkeeper standing next to the container at a glance. At this time, Destiny's Child had already woken up from his deep sleep. His body was curled up and trembling non-stop. White noise-like spots kept flashing, like a projection when the signal was bad, becoming very blurry. Oathkeeper was releasing soul flame, seemingly comforting the other party. The experimenters in the room were operating the instrument with sweat all over their foreheads, operating the binding field and reality anchor at full power. What's the situation now? Han Xiao came to the instrument and looked at the various parameters. He was curious. Oathkeeper frowned. Destiny's Child has woken up and is in the midst of an information state disturbance. The amplitude is the highest so far, almost breaking through the containment and transforming into a high-dimensional information state. It's not over yet. Have you found the reason? I'm not sure yet. We can only communicate with him after he stabilizes. Hearing this, Han Xiao snapped his fingers and summoned a set of stability anchors. He arranged them around to provide assistance. At the same time, he carefully sized up Destiny's Child. This was the first time he had seen his true body. Every time Destiny's Child activated his ability, it would cause an information state disturbance phenomenon, causing the birth of subbodies randomly throughout the universe. Rhodey, who had been receiving treatment, was one of the subbodies awakened after the last disturbance. He had already found a way to stop the transformation process. At this time, Destiny's Child suddenly stopped trembling and turned to look at Han Xiao, as if he was observing curiously. He suddenly raised his hands and pressed them on the inner wall of the container, releasing a happy psychic wave. Everyone heard a burst of childlike laughter out of thin air. Destiny's Child just stared at Han Xiao like this. Not long after, the flickering body gradually stabilized and returned to calmness. Seeing this, Oathkeeper stopped what he was doing and looked surprised. How did you solve it as soon as you arrived? He seems to like you a lot. This is the first time we've met, aren't you being too unreserved? Speaking of which, why does your tone sound like you've been robbed of your love? What nonsense are you talking about? Han Xiao teased Oathkeeper, but he was also secretly surprised. Destiny's Child seemed to have an inexplicable closeness to him. Could it be because of his primal Esper ability entity affinity and perfect energy affinity constitution? This is possible. After all, the primal chaos mysterious energy has thought that I'm handsome more than once and even wanted to take advantage of me. Perhaps to primal Esper ability entities, these two specializations were like the attraction of catmint to felines. No wonder Destiny's Child was fascinated by me the moment he saw me. Who told him to be so attractive to energy life forms? Han Xiao muttered to himself for a while, then raised his hand and knocked on the container. Destiny's Child immediately imitated him, and the two of them happily interacted. This scene made Oathkeeper feel a little annoyed. In the past, Destiny's Child liked him the most, and he would personally take care of the daily comforting work. He did not expect that Black Star would only come once, and Destiny's Child, whom he had nurtured for many years, would immediately ignore him. The most infuriating thing was that even before Black Star appeared, Destiny's Child had never been so close to him or so proactive. It was clearly me. Never mind, let's not talk about this. After looking at it sourly for a while, Oathkeeper finally spoke. All right, no matter what the reason is, it's enough that it's stabilized. I'll ask it what's going on. As he spoke, he pushed Han Xiao away, gathered soul flame, and communicated with Destiny's Child. A few seconds later, the soul ripple spread out again, and Han Xiao heard Destiny's Child's intermittent words. I feel the feedback of the subbody, the convergence of information, threat. Following Destiny's Child's narration, chaotic and blurry scenes appeared in Han Xiao's mind. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. In these intricate images, he saw information about the world tree, such as the image of the world tree's roots stretching across the starry sky, or a group of people in robes surrounded by blue-green energy sitting on the ground and meditating. Oathkeeper did not know about the existence of the world tree, so he was confused. What are these? Wait, let me ask a few questions. Han Xiao did not have the time to explain to him. He raised a few questions that did not make sense, and he quickly got a response. After listening to Destiny's Child's answer, Han Xiao's thoughts raced as he pieced together the information and analyzed it. Destiny's Child's sudden abnormal reaction originated from the world tree. The two sides were entangled at the information form level, and it sensed that the world tree was using a certain method to locate the explored universe. The reason why it sensed it was because of the subbodies. The subbodies that it had produced were all randomly distributed in the entire universe. Not only the explored universe, but even the world tree also had a portion of Destiny's Child subbodies that had awakened the ability to foresee. To Destiny's Child, these subbodies were equivalent to its eyes, ears, and antennae that collected information from the outside world. Not long ago, the subbodies of the world tree had activated their foresight ability. Because the medium was related to the information collection of the explored universe, the two sides had intersected. Because this was where the main body was, the warning mechanism was immediately triggered. Thus, Destiny's Child activated its ability to foresee and share the memories and vision of the subbodies. During this process, Destiny's Child felt the threat of a natural enemy from the world tree and even predicted the possibility of it being devoured by the world tree. It almost wanted to transform into a high-dimensional information form and escape, which was why it had reacted so abruptly. So, the world tree is using foresight to sense the explored universe. The three universal civilizations have already exposed themselves. Han Xiaoxin's heart tightened. As expected, as long as they came into contact, the situation would be irreversible, and they would soon notice each other. The world tree civilization was stronger than the three universal civilizations. Even the three universal civilizations in his previous life did not understand all the abilities and technologies of the world tree. It was too idealistic to completely hide their tracks. In his previous life, the three universal civilizations were beaten to a pulp. Even if they were lucky enough to win in the end, they did not completely understand the world tree. The three universal civilizations were not clear about some of the special technologies that were not used in war, such as the information form warning network. Because it was the world tree that took the initiative to invade, the information form warning network used to prevent outsiders from spying on them was basically useless. Even the three universal civilizations did not know about it, let alone the players in his previous life. The only good news now is that the world tree civilization only sensed the existence of outsiders and did not have much information, so they used information form methods to search for them. As a result, they intersected and were detected by Destiny's Child. Han Xiao's thoughts raced. Fortunately, Destiny's Child had scattered his subbodies all over the galaxy. Otherwise, he would not even know if he was discovered. He did not want to be caught off guard while he was still foolishly spying on the information. Destiny's Child called the world tree its natural enemy. One was a primal Esper ability entity, and the other was a space wonder. Both of them had information form abilities, but their focus was different. According to Destiny's Child's explanation, it could share the information of the subbody's contact. Because the subbodies were connected to the world tree, they could observe the overall movements of the world tree civilization in real time to a certain extent. However, there was also the risk of being exposed. Only when the subbodies actively used their foresight abilities and intertwined with information form could the main body use this as a disguise and take the opportunity to obtain the information the subbodies had. Otherwise, it would be easy for the world tree to discover it. Even so, Destiny's Child was probably the only low-risk channel to monitor the world tree's movements. It was more convenient, secretive, and efficient than the three universal civilizations' detection methods. Such an intelligence channel was a pleasant surprise, and there was no reason to ignore it. Han Xiao thought for a while and said with a deep voice through the mental connection, "If you don't want to be devoured by the world tree, helping us is the best choice. Only by eliminating the other party can we remove the threat once and for all. Otherwise, even if you escape far away, there will still be risks." Hearing this, Destiny's Child's body shook, and his voice was ethereal. How can I help you? Under the premise of hiding yourself, monitor the other party's movements as much as possible and tell me everything. I can. Destiny's Child did not refuse. He suddenly clasped his hands together, and a small white ball of light separated from his body and floated in the container. It floated toward Han Xiao and stuck to the inner wall. Han Xiao understood what he meant and raised his brows. This is for me. Use it to create subbodies, to extend my senses. In the mental connection, Destiny's Child explained the use of this ball of light. When it activated its ability, it could give birth to subbodies in the entire universe, or it could also give birth to subbodies in a designated area. However, there was a precondition for the latter. It needed to use its own energy to encircle an area in advance and turn this area into an independent information collection before it could designate the birthplace of the subbodies. To put it simply, this was like a horse race, or it could be said that it was like a dog peeing to mark the territory. Just as Han Xiao finished listening to Destiny's Child's explanation, the interface suddenly had a notification. You have triggered the mission, Destiny's Child's help. Mission introduction. Destiny's Child has a very good impression of you. Because it feels threatened, it has decided to ask you for help. Please do one thing. Mission requirements. Head to the designated location and use Destiny's Child's energy to circle an area large enough. Reward, 120 billion EXP, plus 25 Destiny's Child favorability, 1 random reward, milestone talent, infiltrate the enemy camp. Infiltrate the enemy camp. When you move in the enemy's territory, it will be harder for you to be noticed. At the same time, you will receive a 3% bonus to all stats. You want me to go to the World Tree Civilization? Han Xiao was stunned. By limiting the birth range of Destiny's Child subbodies to the World Tree Civilization's territory, the more subbodies there would be, the more information he would be able to obtain. Although there was a time limit to the ability to mark the territory, it was calculated in years, which was enough for long-term use. It seems like I'm the only one most suitable for this kind of agile job. Looks like I'll have to ask the 3 universal civilizations to go to the World Tree Civilization. Han Xiao nodded. He told Oathkeeper to temporarily open the container and took out the light. As soon as he touched it, the light entered his palm and turned into an imprint that stored the energy that Destiny's Child had lent him. What's going on? What are you guys talking about? Oathkeeper had a puzzled look on his face as he continued to wonder. Han Xiao thought for a while, pulled Oathkeeper to the side, and briefly explained the situation. You're saying that the 3 universal civilizations have discovered an even stronger unknown civilization? Oathkeeper was surprised. He then understood the whole story. No wonder the 3 universal civilizations gave in so much. So that's what happened. Keep this to yourself. It's not suitable to tell others for the time being. Remember to keep it a secret. Han Xiao said with a deep voice. With the ability of Destiny's Child, he naturally could not avoid Oathkeeper. Only by letting him know the truth and understand the importance of this matter would he cooperate. In addition, Oathkeeper's character had been tested and was quite trustworthy, so there was no harm in letting him know. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. Oathkeeper's expression was serious. He suddenly paused and asked softly, You mentioned in the regular meeting that the 3 universal civilizations recognize the association's position, so we'll have to help at some point. Is this what you're referring to? Han Xiao nodded. That's right. If a war breaks out, the association's members will have to participate in the war with all their strength to fight against foreign enemies. This is the deal. Plus, we don't have many choices, so I need you to prepare more sanctum keys. I understand your plan. I'll fully cooperate with you. Oathkeeper exhaled. If the Beyond Graders fought with all their strength, they would probably suffer heavy casualties. Black Star most likely wanted to use this opportunity to show the truth of the unlimited sanctum revival. As someone who knew the truth, to him, this was indeed a very feasible plan. Just as he was thinking, Han Xiao suddenly patted him on the shoulder in relief. Then do a good job. After it's done, the organization won't mistreat you. Oathkeeper, TSK, I was so busy digesting the information that I forgot to speak. Chapter 1335. The two of them talked for a while and reached a consensus. Han Xiao left a throne and a Lord's avatar in Destiny's Child's laboratory. He interacted with Destiny's Child for a while before leaving the room. He turned around to visit and comfort the many revivers who were living in seclusion in the Holy Covenant. The two sides had a meeting. The current president of the Beyond Grade A Association pointed out in the meeting that the Holy Covenant organization had to pay attention to the spiritual civilization of the revivers, help the revivers to keep up with the pace of the times, implement the basic principles of people-oriented, and implement the 2-1's requirement, which was to ensure the treatment of every reviver and not lose their vigilance. He eagerly hoped that Oathkeeper would be a good role model. The leader of the Holy Covenant organization, Oathkeeper, highly praised the current results of the association and emphasized that the two sides had always been in a positive relationship, contributing to the Beyond Grade as together. He hoped that the association would continue to focus on the common cause and cooperate with the Holy Covenant's strategic assistance. Many revivers expressed their admiration for Blackstar's contributions to the Beyond Grade A cause and unanimously welcomed Blackstar to come again to provide guidance and spur the Holy Covenant organization. No matter what, the two sides had a full exchange of opinions. After the daily exchanges, Han Xiao left the Holy Covenant base and teleported back to the Black Star Palace a few starfields away. Returning to his office, Han Xiao rubbed his chin. Without any delay, he contacted the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations and sent the information he had obtained from Destiny's Child through the encrypted channel. Not long after, his communicator rang. He received a remote conversation invitation. Han Xiao turned on the remote projection and arrived at the joint office of the 3 universal civilizations leaders. He immediately saw the 3 of them with gloomy expressions. Blackstar, where did you get this information? Is it true? You have to be responsible for spouting nonsense. As soon as they met, Ma Bruce asked a series of questions. His tone was extremely serious, as if he was questioning him. According to the information provided by Han Xiao, the World Tree Civilization had already noticed the traces of the outsiders and was thinking of ways to track them. This was a huge matter that affected the overall strategy, so they could not be careless. This intelligence did not contain any evidence, and it looked like an irresponsible guess. Furthermore, even they only dared to carefully explore the uninhabited areas and had no clue about the World Tree Civilization's movements. Then, where did Han Xiao's intelligence come from? The 3 of them couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of this statement. I have a special intelligence channel. This is a special primal Esper ability entity called Destiny's Child. It has extraordinary abilities at the information form level. Han Xiao explained Destiny's Child's abilities. Child of Destiny? The 3 of them looked at each other. Their small eyes were filled with doubt. This primal Esper ability entity did not exist in the known super high-risk Esper ability tables, nor was it recorded in the confidential database of the 3 universal civilizations. This was the first time the 3 of them had heard of this primal Esper ability entity. So you guys really don't know? Han Xiao was helpless. He had once inquired about Destiny's Child's information, but there was no record of it in the dynasty's database. He had thought that the relevant information might be stored in the confidential database. It seemed like the 3 universal civilizations did not know about the existence of Destiny's Child either. However, the information form ability was indeed good at hiding its existence. Is Destiny's Child currently in your hands? Is it reliable? Louis asked. It is indeed in my hands, and there's no problem with the intelligence. Han Xiao nodded and hid the existence of the Holy Covenant. Hearing this, the ethereal Pope said with a deep voice, "There's no proof. We have to check before we can confirm its authenticity. Furthermore, such an intelligence channel should be controlled by us." Han Xiao shook his head and said with a heavier tone, "At this point, you guys still have doubts about me. Who provided the confidential information about the World Tree? It was me, right? I showed my sincerity, but what did you guys do? In order to confirm if my information was true, you guys went to explore the World Tree Civilization through the wormhole, which eventually led to your exposure. Of course, from your standpoint, this is understandable. I understand you guys, but it's also a fact that you were detected by the enemy. No matter how correct your motives are, you can't change the bad outcome. It's because I knew that you guys might mess up, so I didn't tell you about the existence of the world tree in the past. The three of them froze. Ma Bruce coughed and took the initiative to explain. It's not that we doubt you, but we can't casually believe information with questionable authenticity. If we don't confirm it beforehand, it will be too late when the problem occurs. This isn't the first time you guys have said this, but what happened in the end? You guys are still acting according to the confidential information I provided. The so-called confirmation is just unnecessary in my opinion, and it will only increase the risk of exposure. The three of them opened their mouths, not knowing what to say. Louis said, "Blackstar, don't be agitated. We've always been cautious and haven't met any life forms of the world tree civilization. With just the perception of a primal esper ability form, I don't think we can be 100% sure that the other party has already detected our existence. You still want to be 100% sure?" Han Xiao's eyes widened. "Then, why don't we just show up and ask the world tree civilization? That way, it'll definitely be 100% sure." Louis's lips twitched, and he stopped talking. Ma Bruce said helplessly, "But the information," Han Xiao interrupted Ma Bruce and said, "I know you guys are worried. I don't expect you guys to trust me completely, but you guys stole the information on the network, so you should have confirmed the world tree's attitude toward the outside world. Since everyone is prey, then we're already on the same side. Do you still need to worry about me having any bad intentions and specially guard against me? The threat is imminent, and now is not the time for internal suspicion. Be it me or you guys, we have to believe that what we're doing is for the same goal. We won't deliberately cause trouble. If I hadn't confirmed the authenticity of this information, would I have said it? If this information channel is exposed because you guys insist on checking, what should we do?" The three of them frowned. That was right. They were all comrades now, so they should trust each other. However, could it be that Blackstar deliberately did not want them to confirm it to hide the fishy nature of this information? They could not help but think in this direction. Their identities determined that they had to consider all kinds of situations. Seeing their reactions, Han Xiao knew what they were thinking and shook his head in disappointment. At the end of the day, countless years of peace have made you guys arrogant, thinking that you can deal with any situation. Maybe my information gave you guys too much of an illusion, making you guys feel that you have the advantage and can control the situation. You're completely wrong. I hope you guys can recognize reality. The world tree is stronger than all of you combined. As long as it finds us and starts a war, the situation will instantly go out of control. We'll be destroyed at any time and become the next Karma Republic. Then what do you suggest?" Ma Bruce asked. "I'll be direct. I won't hand over this information channel to you guys. Even if you don't believe me now, you should consider how to deal with this situation. The World Tree civilization has advanced unknown detection methods and has discovered traces of outsiders. They have entered a state of alert, but they have not succeeded in tracking them. Therefore, I suggest that we stop the regular exploration and reduce the chances of further contact. We should temporarily wait and give more time for the secondary dimension expedition team to find the world tree's main body. But if we don't explore, how are we going to get the information? With all due respect, most of the information you guys have obtained so far is meaningless. Since there are no results, you might as well stop and use Destiny's Child's channel. What you mean is that we don't have to do anything and just have to listen to you obediently. We'll believe whatever you say. Do you think that's possible?" The ethereal pope at the side spoke with a dissatisfied tone. He paused for a moment before adding, "Either hand over Destiny's Child to us, or let us send researchers to study it together to prove that the information is reliable." Han Xiao laughed. "Are you forcing me now?" "Yes, I can make concessions for the sake of righteousness. Let's study Destiny's Child together and dispel your suspicions. As long as we don't do that, it will seem like it's my fault. Because I have the channel, I have to make concessions. If I don't let you guys have a share, you won't accept my opinion." "You're mistaken. We Ma Bruce felt that the atmosphere was a little off and wanted to explain. Han Xiao interrupted him, and his smile slowly turned cold. You three dogsh asterisk tea things, I've tolerated you guys for a long time. You guys don't seem to have figured out who needs who. Do you really think I have no choice? I'm willing to protect the Galactic Society, which is why I'm cold. However, the universe is so big. Is this the only place you guys can stay? If you piss me off, I'll just leave with the Beyond Grade A Association and the organizations under me. Whether it's to the unexplored universe or the secondary dimensions, I'll leave you guys to deal with the World Tree civilization alone. Do you want to try? The three of them were shocked. They had almost forgotten that the Beyond Grade A Association had a way out. With their abilities, even if they escaped to the unexplored universe, they would be able to live very well. To the three universal civilizations, this was definitely the worst outcome. As long as the Beyond Grade As made up their minds, they could completely abandon the galactic society that they had lived in for a long time. To be honest, even if all the living beings here died, it would not have anything to do with most of the Beyond Grade As. There was no reason for them to stay and fight. If news of the World Tree spread, there would definitely be people who would choose to escape. If even Black Star, who had mastered the Sanctum Revival, was not willing to stay, one could imagine the choices of the other Beyond Grade As. With such influence, Black Star was not a partner with no way out but an equal with the bargaining power. He was a force that they had to fight for. Ma Bruce could not sit still anymore and hurriedly said, "Don't be angry. That's not what we meant. Black Star. Your Excellency, we're just stating the facts. We don't have any thoughts of benefits." Louis also hurriedly comforted him. "It was my bad choice of words that caused a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart." The ethereal Pope had no choice but to lower his head, feeling depressed. Even after being scolded, we still have to take the initiative to apologize. As the leaders of the three universal civilizations, when have we ever been so humble? Seeing this, Han Xiao put away his anger and regained his expressionless face. He slowly said, "I'll continue to share the information. Whether you believe me or not is your business. I can't be bothered. Also, I'll be making a trip to the World Tree Civilization's territory in a while to increase the surveillance of Destiny's Child. Remember to prepare the World Tree Channel or the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device. If we don't even have this bit of trust, I don't think there's a need for us to cooperate." "All right, we'll take care of it," Ma Bruce answered before the other two. Now was not the time to continue bargaining. Han Xiao nodded and suddenly said, "There's another thing. Hurry up and fulfill your promise and admit the independence of the association. Don't think about delaying it again and again. Don't think that you can shirk it off just because the war breaks out. It's still the same. At most, I'll just leave." With that, the communication ended, and the remote projection disappeared. Only the three of them were left in the room. They looked at each other with complicated expressions. "I didn't expect to be scolded by him in front of everyone. Did we force him too much?" Louis smiled bitterly. "Don't underestimate him. How can a formidable person like Black Star lose his composure so easily? He's just using this as an excuse to make a fuss." The ethereal Pope shook his head, paused, and said helplessly, "But he did hit the nail on the head. Black Star is really..." Ma Bruce hesitated for a moment before sighing. "He's fully fledged." On the other side, Han Xiao turned around and returned to his office. He snorted and threw the communicator aside. "These 3B asterisk stards have dog faces. If I don't give them 2 slaps, they won't know who's the daddy now." Chapter 1336. As the saying went, even if the sky fell, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Currently, only the three universal civilizations and Han Xiao were blocking the pressure brought by the World Tree. Most people in the Galactic Society did not know about it. Under the peaceful appearance, undercurrents surged. Half a month passed quickly, and it was time for the Star Ocean General Court. The Star Ocean General Court was hosted by the three universal civilizations, and the participants included the Supercluster, Star Cluster, and star system civilizations in the universe. Unlike the regional civilization conferences of the various star fields, the Star Ocean General Court was the most authoritative civilization conference, the core of the entire galactic society. It was solemn and was also known as the Central Council. There was a fixed meeting every year, which usually lasted for several months. During this period, there would be frequent meetings to consider the issues submitted by the various civilizations, coordinate the development of all the galactic civilizations, mediate disputes, discuss the management of the galactic society, and so on, including but not limited to the people's livelihood, economy, military, disaster relief, and so on. However, most of the galactic residents did not pay much attention to this matter because they had meetings every year, and most of the time, they talked about some old topics. Most of the galactic residents would not deliberately pay attention to it. Usually, they would only casually look at the simplified version of the news media's summary after the meeting. The venue of the Star Ocean General Court was in the shape of a petal. In the center was the chairman's table, and around it were the representatives of the three universal civilizations. Extending out were rows of fan-shaped seats, and the seats were arranged according to the level of the civilization. Supercluster civilizations sat in the inner circle, and star system civilizations sat in the outermost circle. The invited news media had a special broadcast area. At this time, the venue was filled with diplomatic envoys from various civilizations. The meeting had been going on for quite some time. The chairman had just finished a round of voting and rejected a proposal to increase the regional security budget. He then flipped to the next topic, looked up at the representatives of the three universal civilizations, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "Then, the next topic is a joint proposal by the Radiant Federation, the Red Empire, and the Arcane Church. This proposal believes that the Beyond Grade A Development Union plays an indispensable role in maintaining the operation of the Galactic Society and has extraordinary influence. At the same time, it is dedicated to maintaining the peace and stability of the Galactic Society and has made indelible contributions. We hereby propose to amend the Peace Treaty and other galactic laws to make an exception and accept the Beyond Grade A Development Union, allowing it to enjoy an independent official status with rights and treatment equal to that of advanced civilizations. The proposer of the proposal, please come to the stage." The president read the agenda according to the script, and the hall, which was originally filled with whispers of discussion, suddenly fell silent. Other than a portion of the subsidiary civilizations that had already contacted the three universal civilizations, the other representatives were all stunned. The three universal civilizations had made peace with the Beyond Grade A Association not long ago, and now they're so eager to help. Not to mention the inside story, there was no precedent in history for a civilian organization to have the same official status as a civilization. The three universal civilizations proposal was the first, so one could imagine the backlash from the outside world. What kind of reason would make the three universal civilizations willing to bear such a price and seek political benefits for the association? Most of the representatives of the civilizations were dumbfounded. They thought this was just a routine meeting, but the three universal civilizations suddenly threw out such a huge bomb. The news media at the scene instantly perked up. This was the smell of big news. Under everyone's gazes, the dynasty's diplomatic representative stood up and walked onto the stage. He looked around the venue and slowly explained the reason for the proposal, emphasizing the unique position of the Beyond Grade A Association in the current galactic landscape. His speech was full of praise, almost praising the association to the skies. After listening for a while, the expressions of the representatives of the various civilizations became even stranger. Why does it sound so familiar? Did you guys slack off and change all the blockades to antonyms? When the representatives of the three universal civilizations finished their statements, the president announced the start of the debate and consultation segment. A large number of representatives immediately requested to speak. Although the Galaxy General Court was presided over by the three universal civilizations, if they wanted to add new terms to the Galactic Universal Law, they would still have to vote. Those who objected could raise their doubts after the presentation segment. However, as the final winners of the exploration era, the rulers of the explored universe with absolute power, the three universal civilizations naturally would not be so stupid as to give up too much power. They all gave themselves the privilege of one vote to veto and one vote to decide. One vote to veto the voting result of a topic, pushing it back to the proposal stage, and a new round of presentation, debate, amendment, and voting would be carried out until the result was satisfactory. If they used one vote to decide, they would skip the voting stage directly. However, their priority was lower than one vote to veto, which meant that only the three universal civilizations could waive one vote to decide. However, the number of times the three universal civilizations used their privilege could be counted on one hand. As long as it did not involve their major interests, they would not interfere. Most of the time, they would only act as referees and rarely participate personally. The representatives of the three universal civilizations dealt with the questions of the various participants with ease and avoided the sharp questions with a single sentence. Among them, the supercluster civilization was the calmest. They had received this news long ago and watched coldly from the sidelines while secretly trying to figure out what was going on between Black Star and the three universal civilizations. Amidst the excitement of the crowd, the voting segment soon arrived. The representatives of the civilizations who did not know about it previously considered many factors and were basically against it. No one wanted to set this precedent. The voting results were displayed on the virtual screen. There were many votes against it, and it did not reach the standard of passing the draft. The president took a look and said, "There are not enough votes in favor, so we'll reject this." Before he finished, the representative of the Radiant Federation knocked on the table and said calmly, "We'll exercise one vote to veto." The president nodded, not surprised at all. "Then, let's re-enter the proposal stage. Please." However, before he could finish, the representative of the Red Empire slowly said, "We'll exercise one vote to decide." As soon as he said that, the representatives of the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church agreed at the same time. Seeing this, the representatives of the various civilizations were in an uproar. They felt that it was expected but also surprised. The reason was that they had guessed that the three universal civilizations would exercise their privileges, but they did not expect the three universal civilizations to directly use two privileges. The three universal civilizations basically would not use two privileges at the same time. After one vote was rejected, they would usually let everyone vote again. During this time, they would lobby and fight for votes, which would more or less give the other civilizations a sense of participation. However, after being rejected, they immediately decided with one vote. The attitude of the representative was very firm, and the subtext was that this proposal had to be passed. He was very domineering and did not mind having a say in it. Are the three universal civilizations so determined to support the Beyond Grade A Association? What exactly is going on? The representatives of the various civilizations were itching. As many news media outlets rushed to forward the news of the three universal civilizations fighting for an official status for the Beyond Grade A Association spread like wildfire, immediately causing a storm of public opinion in the galactic society. The storm of the peace talks between the three universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association had not been settled for long, and another shocking news broke out, instantly becoming the hottest topic. A large number of galactic residents could not understand the actions of the three universal civilizations. During the peace talks not long ago, although the three universal civilizations had taken a step back, they at least had a dignified reason. How were they going to explain this now? Just making peace was not enough, they even wanted to help the association become an official member. What were they doing? Compensations? First, they attacked aggressively, then they were scared into taking a step back. This was already embarrassing enough, but they did not expect the three universal civilizations to compensate the association and still insist that they were not scared. Only a fool would believe that. As soon as this proposal was exposed, it was strongly opposed by a large number of galactic residents. Originally, their dissatisfaction with the Beyond Grade as had been suppressed, but seeing that the association was about to become an official member, many people could not take it anymore and attacked the association. The most mainstream argument was that the association did not have the right to become an official organization and should not let a beyond grade A group have such an identity. Due to the series of intensification of the class conflict, the Beyond Grade A Association had become the main target of hatred. Now that they saw the association develop further and were even about to be cleansed, many galactic residents were furious. This kind of mentality was like seeing their enemy living a good life. They were born with a deep prejudice. On the contrary, most of the supers in the various starfields were excited. They had always been looking forward to the Beyond Grade A Association being the leader, but they did not expect it to really be so. Furthermore, it was the first time in history. No matter how the association did it, a large number of supers were full of admiration. With an official status, the three universal civilizations would not be able to publicize the illegality of the association. They would not have to worry about losing their citizenship in the galactic society after joining the association. Due to the three universal civilizations having the final say in the Galaxy General Court, many civilizations expressed their attitudes through various channels. They first acknowledged the association's important influence but tactfully felt that it was too much to make an exception. They claimed that they did not know about the private transactions between the three universal civilizations and the association and expressed their dissatisfaction. In contrast, the reaction of the players to this news was a little slower, mainly because most people did not understand the meaning behind it. In their opinion, it was fine as long as the Beyond Grade A Association was strong enough. These political things seemed meaningless. However, after some storytelling players explained on the forums, many players finally understood the difference. Treating civilizations as countries means that the Beyond Grade A Association used to be a company, but now it's a country. So, the Beyond Grade As are establishing a country? More or less. No matter how strong the association is, it's still a civilian organization. Now, it's finally upgraded. I understand. The next main storyline should be the Beyond Grade A country, witnessing the birth of a different super civilization, and Black Star is the highest leader. Is that why it's called the Black Star era? Awesome, you know what I mean now. Sigh, as an old player who fell into the pit in version 1.0, witnessing old Black start from scratch and achieve what he has today with my own eyes is really touching. It's as if I'm recalling my youth. No, I have to watch Pork Bun's Black Star core videos from the beginning again. Previous poster, please cover your ID when you advertise yourself. Thank you for your cooperation. On the forums, many players were excited. When the three universal civilizations were in a cold war with the association, many players thought that the next main storyline would be a war between the two sides, but they did not expect it to end in peace. Now that the Beyond Grade As had established a country, in the eyes of many players, the main storyline mission would definitely revolve around this point. This time, they would definitely not be wrong. While the outside world was in an uproar over the association's promotion, Han Xiao had already made his preparations and set off for the territory of the World Tree Civilization. Central Galaxy, border of the Abyss of Stars. The huge fleet surrounded a multidimensional sky-opening transportation device. At this time, the teleportation device was being warmed up, and there was only Han Xiao inside the teleportation device. We've set the coordinates to a location that has not been activated before. It's located in an uninhabited area. If what you said is true, then the World Tree Civilization has an unknown detection method. You'd better leave immediately when you reach the other side and find a way to hide yourself. In the mechanical suit's built-in communication channel, the fleet commander Simon was carefully instructing him on the things to take note of. You guys just need to send me over. I'll take care of the rest, Han Xiao replied. You have the king mechanical suit anyway. We don't need to pick you up. Just act according to the situation. Simon nodded. In the end, the three universal civilizations accepted the suggestion and agreed to send Han Xiao to the territory of the World Tree Civilization. Because Han Xiao had the king, there was no need to pick him up. To Han Xiao, as long as he left a throne behind, he could teleport at any time in the future. This was the reason why the three universal civilizations did not allow him to participate in the exploration. However, He was worried that the connection between the king and the throne would become a clue to his location, so he placed many thrones in different secondary dimensions. Furthermore, he had to choose the location carefully when leaving the thrones in the territory of the World Tree Civilization. I hope I can achieve some results this time, Han Xiao's thoughts raced. This trip to the territory of the World Tree Civilization was only one of the goals of helping Destiny's Child. Anyway, the World Tree Civilization had already sensed an outsider. As long as he did not leak any information about the explored universe, he might be able to act boldly. If there was a chance, he wanted to see if he could find clues about the World Tree's main body on the other side. This was extremely important. Just relying on the expedition fleet was too random. At the same time, he also wanted to see if virtual purification restore had any effect on the members of the World Tree Civilization. Just as Han Xiaoshan was thinking, the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device finally finished heating up. It began to spin rapidly and turned into a ball of light. "Cut off all links," Simon said in the channel before turning off the communication network. Han Xiao activated the mechanical suit's isolation mode and blocked all the network links, including Philip, completely cutting off the network. Very soon, the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device reached its limit. Buzz! Suddenly, a light flashed, and the teleportation device quickly stopped. The interior was empty, and Han Xiao's figure disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1337. The feeling of the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device was almost the same as the king's teleportation. His vision blurred, and his body lightened. He arrived at the target location. The three universal civilizations' fleets around him disappeared, turning into an empty universe. This is the territory of the World Tree Civilization. Let's confirm the location first. Han Xiao quickly activated all kinds of detection equipment to observe the surrounding environment. It was indeed an uninhabited area. The exploration of the three universal civilizations was not completely useless. At the very least, they had stolen the star map of the World Tree Civilization from the internet, which provided him with considerable convenience in his infiltration. However, because it was not convenient for him to connect to the World Tree Civilization's network, he could not enjoy the navigation of the network. He needed to find a planet as a coordinate point to confirm his exact location. Then, he would use the backup independent artificial intelligence synchronization star map model and use the spatial distance measurement technology and the calculation formula of star distance and vision to create a navigator for himself. There was no need to connect to the network. Although there would be some errors, it was basically enough. Coming to the territory of the World Tree Civilization alone, it was not convenient for him to contact the explored universe. Therefore, he could not obtain any remote assistance at the moment. Han Xiao entered the quantum network vision but did not invade the nodes. Instead, he used this method to check the areas with dense nodes to determine where there were people and avoid them. I wonder what the World Tree Civilization's detection method is. Han Xiao's eyes flickered. Ever since he came to the territory of the World Tree Civilization, he had a faint sense of danger in his heart. It was as if just staying in the territory of the World Tree Civilization was a dangerous thing. Feeling this intuition, Han Xiao had a guess as to why the three universal civilizations were exposed. Just staying here makes me feel out of place, as if I'm being spied on. The World Tree has a powerful information form ability. Maybe it's a detection method specially targeted at external information form? Han Xiao thought to himself. Logically speaking, the three universal civilizations had never encountered any life from the World Tree Civilization, and the areas they had explored previously were all uninhabited areas. They had taken measures to conceal themselves, so they should not have been discovered. However, if the World Tree Civilization had set up an unknown foreign information state surveillance network in the entire territory, the situation would be hard to say. According to Han Xiao's understanding, the three universal civilizations' research in the field of information form had always been slow, and there was no such technology. If they switched roles and let the World Tree Civilization use the same method to spy on the explored universe, The three universal civilizations would most likely not discover it. I hope the mark of Destiny's Child can be of some use. Han Xiao glanced at the mark on his hand. Destiny's Child was also an expert in the field of information forms, and he had the unobservability of high-dimensional information forms. This temporary mark could activate the relevant concealment function and achieve information closure similar to Rhodis. It could not be observed by ordinary people, and it might be able to hide from the unknown surveillance methods of the World Tree civilization to a certain extent. However, the three universal civilizations had already alerted the enemy and made the World Tree sense the existence of outsiders. The main reason he hid his tracks was to facilitate the mission. As long as he did not reveal any information about the explored universe, it was not a big deal even if he was discovered. As long as he could escape in time. Let's enclose the land first. Han Xiao calmed himself down, activated the various concealment devices, chose a direction, and flew over. After sailing in the direction of the quantum node for a while, a yellow planet finally appeared in the observation device. It seemed to be a colonial planet. A few space gaps opened in the outer space, from which bluish-green translucent roots extended out and inserted into the planet, constantly expanding and contracting at a frequency like breathing. The roots of the World Tree. Han Xiao stopped and used this planet to calibrate his position in the star map, finally establishing the navigation module. He only glanced at it from afar and did not approach. If only he could start from the roots and follow the vines to find the location of the World Tree's main body. Unfortunately, it had been proven in his previous life that this method would not work, so he had to think about it at length. Han Xiao glanced at the yellow planet again and nodded to himself. This should be a planet that has been transformed into a planet. Everything that the World Tree swallowed would be stored in an information form after digesting it, and it could be transformed into a physical body. A planet being swallowed did not mean that it would disappear, but it would exist in a different form. The World Tree could create it again, as long as it consumed a certain amount of energy and resources. However, the resources needed to materialize did not require matching materials. The World Tree had an inseparable relationship with psionic energy. Psionic energy could be decomposed into many forms of energy, and it was often regarded as universal energy. The World Tree also had a similar function, which involved material changes. For example, using the World Tree to create steel, the materials consumed could be wood, seawater, or all kinds of random things. With enough energy, a series of unknown transformations would be carried out inside the World Tree, and it would finally turn into solid steel. It was like a profound alchemy product that no one could understand. Turning stone into gold was just a basic operation, like some kind of synthesizer. Although the World Tree had a will, it was also a space wonder with the attribute of a tool. It was used by the civilization, and after many years of experiments, it had calculated the composition of countless objects. It was precisely because of this characteristic that the World Tree civilization's war strength was extremely strong, almost unstoppable, and their army was endless. Many resources came from planets. The World Tree civilization would transform valuable planets in their base camp and let them continue to evolve, giving birth to all kinds of materials, thus accumulating more resources. Swallowing a planet in one bite was like a one-time transaction, and after the transformation, there would be a long-term harvest. It was a positive cycle. Now was not the time to cause trouble. After Han Xiao activated the navigation star map, he immediately left and disappeared. After a while, the roots that were inserted into the yellow planet suddenly rippled, and an illusory fleet sailed out, quickly turning into a physical body. In the command room, Barbany looked at the yellow planet curiously. There seems to be an abnormal reaction around here. Could it be that the outsiders are not satisfied with exploring everywhere this time and want to spy on our planet? I'm not sure. The reaction of the information form warning network this time is very weak. I don't know if it's a mistake. The captain shook his head. Let's use the information form camera first. Barbany waved his hand. Very soon, the fleet activated this device, and the light green light screen quickly scanned the surrounding area. The results showed that everything was normal, and there was no sign of Han Xiao like the three universal civilizations who had cleared all traces. The captain looked at the result, nodded, and said, "The information form traces are intact, and there are no abnormal clues. Based on the situation where the outsiders cleared all traces last time, it's either a mistake this time, or the outsiders have a higher level of information form technology. Could it be a new prey?" Barbani became excited again. We can't rule out this possibility. The information form technology of the newcomers is obviously higher than the outsiders who cleared all traces last time. Maybe they're two different groups of people. However, the world tree roots are right next to us. If the outsiders clear the traces here like last time, they will be discovered immediately. I'm more inclined to believe that it's a mistake. The captain analyzed for a while before saying, "For safety reasons, we have to be careful. Since the camera has failed, the other party might have used a high-dimensional information form method. We still need you to investigate it personally." Hearing this, Barbani nodded, turned around, and flew out of the cabin. His body entered the universe. Then, waves of blue-green light emerged from his body and gathered in his visual organs, emitting a hazy green light. As he patrolled this area, he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, Barbani stopped and looked in a certain direction. It was the area where Han Xiao had been. The green light in his eyes gradually grew stronger. At this moment, a blurry image that looked like a wave of water suddenly appeared in the area covered by the light. It was like a cluster of glowing particles, very sparse. "I see it. It's indeed a high-dimensional information form." Barbani perked up. The high-dimensional information form was unobservable, and the related technology was very profound. Even if they stood in front of them, ordinary people would not be able to discover them, and the information form camera would not be able to detect them. The disguise provided by the Destiny's Child imprint was the high-dimensional information form. However, as the Holy Tree emissary, Barbani could borrow the World Tree's high-dimensional information vision to cancel out their information closure. Others could not see the high-dimensional information form, but he could. That was how he discovered the traces. However, just by borrowing the high-dimensional information vision, he could not completely retrace the situation like a camera. He could not obtain specific information and could only detect certain traces of movement. The number of outsiders is unknown. There shouldn't be many. They stayed nearby for a few seconds. "Hey, this outsider seems to still be with us," Barbani suddenly exclaimed, and his tone became excited again. In his field of vision, this cluster of glowing particle-like traces extended in two directions. One was the way they came, and the other was naturally the way they left. It pointed in the direction where the outsider left, which meant that the outsider did not teleport away but still stayed in their civilization's territory. "Holy Tree emissary, what should we do next?" the captain asked in the channel. "Humph, you guys wait for orders in the tree. I'll chase after them and see if I can capture this outsider alive." Barbani could not wait to move. He turned into a blue-green beam of light and shot out, chasing after Han Xiao. On the other side, Han Xiao was speeding through the universe, searching for a suitable starting point according to the star map. Just as he was focused on his journey, there was a sudden movement on the interface. "You have triggered an emergency mission, nowhere to hide." Mission Introduction. In the territory of the World Tree civilization, there is almost no place for outsiders to hide. Your whereabouts have been discovered, and someone is following the clues you left behind. Mission requirements: deal with the pursuers. Reward: unknown. I've been activating the concealment device and even activated the high-dimensional information form disguise of the Destiny's Child imprint, but I was still discovered so quickly. The World Tree's surveillance methods are so sharp. Han Xiao frowned, and his mind spun. Chapter 1338. The mission notification said that in the World Tree territory, there was almost nowhere for outsiders to hide. Han Xiao became more and more vigilant about the World Tree's unknown detection methods. The World Tree civilization's surveillance of their own territory far surpasses that of the three universal civilizations. "If I don't figure out what's going on, I'm afraid I won't be able to move an inch here," Han Xiao frowned. Now that his whereabouts had been discovered, if he continued to escape, he would only be pursued. With the convenience of the World Tree's mental network, the pursuers could share information and surround him, which was quite troublesome for him. Looks like I have to adjust the plan. It's not suitable for me to carry out the mission now, Han Xiao thought to himself. If he did not figure out what the World Tree Civilization's detection methods were, he would not even know how he was exposed. He would not even know how to avoid them. Since the pursuers were behind him, he had no choice but to get rid of them. He could try to find out the mechanism of the detection method from the other party. He originally wanted to see if the virtual purification would work on the people of the World Tree Civilization. Now, the opportunity had come. Due to the mechanism of the mental network, if he came into contact with the people of the World Tree Civilization, the scene of him taking action would be observed. There were many risks, such as the other party calling for reinforcements. He might have to leave if he could not continue the mission. However, this was not a big problem. It was not like he could only come to the World Tree Civilization's territory once. There was no time limit to the mission. If he could not do it this time, he could do it next time. On the other hand, if he could learn about the World Tree's detection methods from the pursuers, it would be more valuable. At least he would not have to fumble around blindly. However, although I've been discovered, it's not like I don't have an advantage, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. The current situation seemed to be that the enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. However, the pursuers had discovered him, but they probably did not know that he had discovered the other party through the interface mission. From another perspective, the enemy might be in the light while he was in the dark. Although he did not know what was going on with the pursuers, they were most likely following his tracks. Perhaps he could set up an ambush and end the battle quickly, preventing the pursuers from seeing too many of his methods. TSK, I just want to sneak around. You have to force me. The corners of Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He stopped moving forward and instead turned around to fly for a while before starting to set up his plan. A green streak of light flew across the starry sky. Barbani had been keeping his high-dimensional information vision the entire time. In his eyes, a path made of light particles of light to follow him. How audacious. You actually dared to stay behind and try to obtain more information. You're courting death. Barbani was not angry. Instead, he was happy and excited. Although the Holy Tree emissaries had high authority, they had nothing to do most of the time. After all, the World Tree was connected to everyone. There were no criminals or rebels, so there was basically no internal friction. These experts did not produce anything. Other than training and material enjoyment, there was nothing else to do. Many people were even too lazy to show themselves and had been sleeping in the tree, living in the virtual world. Now that he had encountered something interesting, Barbani was overjoyed. His heart was full of expectations. I hope these outsiders have some ability and let me play to my heart's content. However, just as his imagination was running wild, a sudden change occurred. The surrounding space suddenly trembled as if it had turned solid in an instant. Barbani's speed plummeted as if he had fallen into a swamp. At the same time, dozens of starlights suddenly lit up in his field of vision. The next moment, dozens of huge blue and white beams of light came from all directions, striking across the field of vision. Barbani was at the intersection of the beams of light, and the dazzling light instantly swallowed his body. Is this an ambush? The intense pain of his flesh evaporating instantly engulfed every nerve like a volcanic eruption. Barbani felt his body dissolving, and his life force was rapidly flowing out. The power of the attack was beyond his expectations, and he was instantly shocked and furious. Other than the outsiders, it could not be anyone else. Barbani could not believe it. This group of outsiders had actually sensed his pursuit. Not only did they not escape, they even wanted to counterattack. Barbani was shocked and furious. Just as he was about to break free from the restraints, a red light suddenly appeared within the dozens of blue and white beams of light. The next moment, the red light suddenly expanded, dyeing the beams of light red, and the output power skyrocketed. An explosion occurred at the intersection of the beams of light, like the birth of a red sun. Barbani's figure was sent flying. His body was covered in wounds, as if he was burnt. He was shocked. The lethality of this round of attacks shocked him. He did not expect that with his ability, he would be severely injured in a single exchange. He did not even see the enemy's figure. This time, the outsider actually had such powerful strength. I can't deal with it alone. I have to call for help. Barbunny hurriedly wanted to take action, but at this moment, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in his line of sight. It swept across his body in an instant. At this moment, Barbunny's body froze, and a blank expression appeared on his face. At the same time, Han Xiao, who was looking at this place through a remote device, raised his brows in surprise. The virtual purification worked. Han Xiao had set up ambushes and traps in the places he had passed by earlier. He used a bunch of technologies from Jay's treasures to cover up the traces as much as possible. These dozens of high-intensity beams of light came from a special floating weapon array. It was a universal treasure-level mechanical equipment and was originally one of the accessories of the mechanical deity. Its lethality was shocking. Han Xiao had thought that the pursuers might be a fleet, so he was prepared to attack if the ambush failed. However, he realized that it was only one person chasing after him. According to his understanding of the World Tree civilization, this person was most likely a beyond grade, a holy tree emissary, an ancestral spirit, or something like that. It could not be one of the 5 great tree kings. He immediately set up an ambush and obtained the other party's combat information through the interface. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Barbunny's level was far lower than his, and his energy rank was around 55,000. He was only an ordinary beyond grade A super. Even if he could borrow part of the World Tree's power, he would not be able to fight back in front of him. Therefore, after using Virtual Purification Restore, Han Xiao was prepared to kill him immediately. However, the feedback from the combat information made him stop. The interface showed that the virtual purification had taken effect. It actually worked. Han Xiao sucked in a breath of hot air. When he obtained Virtual Purification Restore, he had suspected that this move might be effective against the World Tree, but he did not expect it to really work. The mental network of the World Tree connected everyone. In his eyes, it was like an extremely large intelligent host that processed, distributed, and monitored the information of every individual. All the lives swallowed by the World Tree would have their minds rewritten. No matter how much hostility they had, they would be loyal to the World Tree in the end. The negative memories did not disappear, only faded. The effect of Virtual Purification Restore was to purify intelligent targets infected by the virus, and the nature of the life forms swallowed by the World Tree would also change, becoming some kind of symbiotic relationship. Even if they did not materialize, they could live in the virtual world created by the World Tree, similar to artificial intelligence. Therefore, Han Xiao was not sure if this move would work, but it seemed that he had guessed correctly. However, Han Xiao was not happy for long before he realized a problem. The virtual purification only temporarily restored the other party's original thoughts, but the other party was still an individual swallowed by the World Tree. This connection would not be removed because of this, so the World Tree could rewrite the other party's thoughts at any time and cover the effect of the virtual purification. This meant that this move might only be able to wake the other party up temporarily. Furthermore, this move could only be used on enslaved targets. If the target was loyal to the World Tree, it was obviously useless. Fortunately, this guy called Barbunny was not a native of the World Tree civilization but an enemy that the World Tree civilization had devoured in the Universe War. Barbunny was stunned on the spot. Countless memories collided in his mind, and the memories of his civilization being destroyed by the World Tree's iron hooves came back to life. He even remembered that after he was devoured, he had become an accomplice in the destruction of his civilization, and countless of his own race had died in his hands. His twisted thoughts were quickly corrected, and his perspective of looking at things returned to normal. The hostility and anger that had disappeared for a long time erupted like a volcano. World Tree, what did you make me do? Barbunny covered his head, and his entire body trembled. It was like a roar, but also like a sorrowful howl. The pain contained in it was shocking. However, at this moment, Han Xiao activated the short-range teleportation device and appeared beside Barbunny in an instant. He grabbed his body and said with a deep voice, "Are you awake? Are you awake? Time is of the essence, and I don't have the time to talk nonsense with you. Tell me the secrets you know when you wake up." Barbunny pulled himself out of his grief and anger and immediately remembered what he had been doing before he woke up. These memories would not be removed by the virtual purification. There was no need for further explanation. He instantly understood the intentions of this outsider and his current situation. Without any hesitation, Barbunny immediately told him the secrets of the world tree that he knew. After regaining consciousness, to Barbunny, no matter who this outsider was, as long as he was an enemy of the world tree, he was someone worth helping. There was no need to think too much about it. Seeing that the other party was so sensible, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and focused on memorizing the contents. Not long after, Barbunny's expression suddenly changed, and a look of struggle flashed across his face. "They've noticed. Leave quickly. The people of the world tree will arrive at any time. It's monitoring everyone and has already discovered that I've regained consciousness. I can't resist its will, and my thoughts will soon be rewritten." Han Xiao also saw the duration of the virtual purification in his status bar rapidly passing. His heart skipped a beat, and he knew that the world tree had already noticed this out-of-control individual. He let go and was about to retreat when he realized that Barbunny had taken the initiative to raise his hand and push him away. Then, cracks lit up all over his body, and he was about to detonate all his energy. When the light reached its peak, Barbunny took a deep look at Han Xiao and said with a firm tone, "There's nothing we can do. We can't be saved anymore. No matter who you are, don't lose." Boom. The next moment, an intense explosion spread out, and Barbunny self-destructed, turning into bright fireworks. Han Xiao was slightly moved. The actions of this awakened were far more decisive than he had imagined. Only intense hatred could drive the other party to make such a choice. I might have underestimated this move, Han Xiao's thoughts raced. However, there was no time to think. Han Xiao quickly put away the mechanical equipment present, activated the short-range teleportation device, and flashed away from this place. After a while, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in this area, and the roots of the world tree extended out. A huge fleet sailed out and quickly turned from illusion to reality. Several holy tree emissaries descended and checked the scene. The Information Form Alert Network has just sent out the highest alert, indicating that the most serious information leak has happened here so far. The holy tree emissaries had solemn expressions. They had rushed over as soon as they received the alert. Not long ago, the world tree had shared what Barbunny had seen through the mental network. They were all shocked. "Barbunny betrayed us? How is that possible? He actually revealed the secret. What happened? What method did the outsider use to bewitch him? He has turned back into a seed. We can ask him what happened when he matures next time." The holy tree emissaries found this situation difficult to understand because no one had ever betrayed the world tree. They did not even have the thought of betraying it. At this moment, more and more spatial rifts opened, and routes extended out, sending batches of fleets and experts here. Suddenly, the cold voice of the Tree King sounded in the mental network of everyone present. "Chase after him. Don't let this outsider leave alive." Chapter 1339. In the bright starry sky, Han Xiao's figure was rapidly flying. So that's how it is, the Information Form Warning Network. Thinking back to the information he had just received, Han Xiao's expression was solemn. Barbunny had told him a lot of secrets, including the Information Form Warning Network, high-dimensional information vision, and other methods. Han Xiao finally knew how the other party had discovered him, and he could not help but have a headache. Unless one had information form technology that surpassed the world tree, this kind of detection method was almost unsolvable. No wonder the three universal civilizations were exposed so quickly. It was indeed difficult for outsiders to move an inch in the world tree civilization's territory. As for him triggering the warning network, It should be because he had observed the khaki planet and the roots of the world tree beside it at a close distance when he was calibrating the navigation device. As an outsider, he had interacted with the information collection of the world tree civilization, so he was detected. That was why the Holy Tree emissary came to check and used the high-dimensional information vision to track the traces he had left behind. Even with the Destiny's Child mark, it was not easy. It was as if he had an extremely strong sixth sense. If anyone looked at him, he would be able to sense the direction of their gaze and which part of him they were looking at. This won't be easy. I probably won't have the chance to complete the mission this time, Han Xiao thought to himself as his mind spun. The most important thing was the information form warning network. As long as the alarm was not triggered, even if he left traces behind, the world tree would not be able to detect it immediately. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, now that he had been discovered, the world tree emissary could follow the traces all the way. Under such circumstances, if he used the energy of Destiny's Child to enclose the land, he was worried that he would be discovered by the high-dimensional information vision. It would not even be convenient for him to leave the throne behind. According to the mechanism of the information form warning network, it was not impossible to avoid it. As long as he had the consciousness to avoid the information exchange and only flew in the universe without coming into contact with anything related to the world tree, he could still hide. Just like when he had just teleported over, there was no information entanglement, so the world tree did not discover him. However, this was easier said than done. At the very least, the alarm had already been triggered this time. There was basically no chance for him to hide now. As for the other secrets, Barbani also told him some. Some of them were already known to Han Xiao, and some were unknown to him. Among them, what he valued the most was the world tree's remote sensing of the location of external information. The more people knew about it, or the deeper the entanglement between the two sides, the direction of the explored universe would be exposed. This was not good. Although the three universal civilizations concealed the information, in order to explore in secret, they still let some people know about this. If we don't take further measures to keep it a secret, the number of people who know will only increase. Han Xiao's eyes twitched. The more he knew, the easier it was to be sensed. The world tree's anti-tracking ability was too troublesome. Unfortunately, there were no coordinates of the world tree's main body in this information. According to Barbani, he had never read any related information in the mental network. None of the Holy Tree emissaries and other upper echelons he had come into contact with knew about it. Even so, the value of this information exceeded all the results of the previous exploration. It was probably the biggest gain of this trip. Only by knowing the various methods of the world tree could they take countermeasures. Fortunately, the virtual purification is effective. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to obtain these secrets. Han Xiao thought to himself that he was lucky. The information he had now surpassed what he had in his previous life. After seeing Barbani's determined actions, he realized that the effect of the virtual purification might be beyond his expectations. There were many outsiders who had been devoured and assimilated by the world tree. If everyone had a similar awareness, they could all become potential spies. Whoever was chosen would become a traitor. Although the world tree would definitely target this move after being on guard, once someone lost control, it would immediately rewrite their thoughts and cause the duration of the virtual purification to plummet. However, no matter how bad it was, it should still have time to self-destruct. This way, the foreign experts devoured by the world tree might not be able to be of any use. However, the world tree experts would not die completely. Once they died, they would turn into seeds and return to the world tree, falling into a deep sleep. The world tree could consume resources and time to mature, allowing it to wake up and revive. The mechanism was somewhat similar to the underworld, but there were subtle differences. The foundation of the underworld hero spirit's existence was the soul. By obtaining a physical body, they could recover their combat strength when they were alive. As long as the hero spirits existed, it did not matter if their bodies died because they were still alive. The revival mechanism of the world tree was different. It was an ability of the information form domain, and every individual was unique. Due to the connection of the world tree, The information was refreshed in real time. When an individual died, they would not maintain their consciousness like the hero spirits. Their thoughts would be as silent as if they had truly died. They would enter a dormant period and turn into a seed. Only the world tree would replenish their nutrients and wake them up. In this regard, the world tree was similar to the sanctum revival. However, the sanctum revival only needed to open the sanctum and did not need to consume additional resources or time. As for the world tree, this process required a large amount of resources and time to revive an individual. This meant that as long as they died, they would not be able to revive in a short period of time. This made Han Xiao think of the barracks in the old real-time strategy games in his previous life. The production of units required a channeling time, and the stronger the units, the longer the channeling time. The revival principles of the world tree and the sanctum are both related to the information form, but there is the principle of uniqueness. What will happen if I use the sanctum to revive the world tree experts first? Will the connection still exist? Han Xiao could not help but be curious. If possible, the sanctum revival might be able to continuously snatch away the experts controlled by the world tree, causing the strength of both sides to decrease. However, the possibility of failure could not be ruled out. After all, the individual and the world tree were in a symbiotic relationship. Even if the individual died, as long as the world tree that preserved the individual's information form template still existed, the dead individual might be judged as still alive by the sanctum. That way, they would not be able to revive and would be enslaved forever. Furthermore, based on the world tree's mechanism, Han Xiao even suspected that the world tree was like the previous master of the underworld and had intercepted the information form of the experts under him. If they did not enter the sanctum, they would not be able to revive. I can only guess at the moment. I'll only know if I try it myself. But it's not convenient to take the risk now. Han Xiao pondered. Barbani was dead, and he did not know if the information he revealed could be considered a medium. Han Xiao did not want to take the risk of using the sanctum revival for the time being. If the connection of the world tree was not broken because of this, there would be many more risks. This could be tested after the war broke out. At that time, he would not be afraid of exposing his coordinates. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's mind. He digested the new information he had obtained before opening the interface to take a look. The mission, Nowhere to Hide, that he had triggered earlier had been completed, and he immediately settled it. A notification popped up on the interface, showing that he had obtained 210 billion EXP, 2 random reward chances, and a Barbani character summon card. It was an offensive skill and was not of much use to him. Other than that, there was also a notification that the favorability of the World Tree faction had decreased greatly. At the same time, a new mission had been activated. You have triggered the emergency mission, World Tree's Wrath. Mission Introduction. Your actions have angered the World Tree. It views you as a huge threat and has decided to pursue you on a large scale to eliminate you. Mission Requirements. Deal with the pursuers and escape from the territory of the World Tree civilization. Reward depends on the mission rating. Mission rating depends on the resistance to escape. I really stirred up a hornet's nest. Han Xiao smacked his lips. It seemed like the virtual purification had left a deep impression on the World Tree and treated him as its #1 threat. As long as he was discovered, the other party would relentlessly pursue him. The mission itself was very simple. If he wanted to escape, he could just use the king to evacuate. However, the evaluation depended on the resistance. If he completed the mission so easily, he would probably get the lowest evaluation. There was no chance to complete the mission this time, so he could only come again next time. However, Han Xiao thought for a while and did not plan to retreat immediately. Since he had been discovered, he might as well use the virtual purification to get more information. At the same time, he could kill some World Tree experts and make them return to their seed state, temporarily reducing the high-end combat strength of the World Tree. Unfortunately, he did not know what would happen to the connection between the World Tree and the individual after the space-time amber sealed the target. He did not dare to take the risk, afraid that he would be remotely located after taking the amber away. However, this is the enemy's base after all. There are many strong people here, and there are many factors that can threaten me. If I'm too reckless, I'm afraid I'll fail. Han Xiao composed himself and took out bombs that were specially used to remove traces. As he sped along, he set them up. This kind of bomb could remove all traces of conventional information other than high-dimensional information forms, making it impossible for the information form camera to track them. Although the information form camera could not detect high-dimensional information forms to begin with, setting up these bombs could expand the area that the World Tree troops could not detect, which was beneficial to him. At the same time, behind Han Xiao, a huge fleet was chasing after him. In the command room, a group of Beyond Grade as looked out of the window, using the power of the World Tree to illuminate the high-dimensional information traces. The outsiders have started to remove traces on a large scale. The other party has already found out about the existence of the camera from Barbani. This is very likely a targeted measure. Mobilize more people to search the area to prevent the outsiders from leaving anything behind. The tall figure standing at the front spoke slowly. His tone was indisputable. Everyone else present looked at him as their leader. Tedrian, the Nine-Leaf executive officer, was in charge of this pursuit. He was the person with the highest status present. The World Tree had 5 great tree kings, and each tree king had 2 executive officers as assistants, ranked from 1 leaf to 10 leaf. The tree kings were usually in a deep sleep, absorbing the power of the World Tree to strengthen themselves. Therefore, these executive officers were the highest officials in charge of handling the affairs of the World Tree civilization. Not only did they have high authority, but they also had strong personal strength. None of the executive officers were lower than peak Beyond Grade as. Other than him, there were other peak Beyond Grade as in the room. It's easy for the other party to escape if we just chase after them. I've already informed some Holy Tree emissaries to ride the routes to intercept them. This was a high-level Holy Tree emissary. He had a deeper connection with the World Tree and stronger personal strength, far beyond what Barbani could compare to. There seems to be only one outsider. He's very strong, at least at the level of an executive officer. Be careful not to let him break through. Another person spoke. This time, it was an ancestor spirit. This identity was usually in charge of matters related to faith. The person who spoke was not an ordinary ancestor spirit but a member of the 13 ancestor spirits. This represented the strongest 13 of the ancestor spirits, and their strength was at least at the peak of Beyond Grade A. Don't worry, His Excellency Tree King has been paying attention. If the situation isn't right, he will personally descend, Tedrian said coldly. He then looked back and said, Barbani has been bewitched. Barbani was bewitched by someone. This time, those who are with me are all strong-willed. I hope you can resist the strange bewitching methods of the outsiders. Hearing this, everyone present nodded. After being subjected to a virtual purification, although the World Tree did not know the principle, it felt threatened when it saw Barbani's performance through the mental network. To be on the safe side, the people sent to chase after them this time were all individuals loyal to the World Tree. There were no outsiders who had their minds rewritten. Chapter 1340. At this moment, the World Tree experts in the command room suddenly paused. The trajectory in their high-dimensional information vision suddenly split into 7 and fled in different directions. The outsider threw out bait and split up to confuse us. This is to disperse our forces. It seems like he still has the intention to counterattack. Seeing this, Tedrian narrowed his eyes and said solemnly. One of the 13 ancestor souls named Roxilian habitually pinched the small tentacles on his chin and slowly said, if that's the case, we can only act separately. We can't miss any trace. Although the high-dimensional information vision could see through information closure and track traces, it could not retrace the exact content like a camera. There was still a limit to the World Tree, so they could not immediately tell which of the 7 tracks Han Xiao had taken. Only by collecting enough information would they be able to tell the difference between the tracks. This would take some time. They would have to follow the tracks and collect samples before they could lock onto the main body of the outsider. If the outsider's goal was to escape, splitting into thousands of tracks would be a good way to confuse them and stall for more time. However, now that only 7 tracks had been separated, Tedrian guessed that the outsider was not giving up and wanted to counterattack. Even if the other 6 tracks were just bait, they still had to deal with them to prevent the outsider from leaving troops or other dangerous things in the civilization's territory. Then mobilize more people. Our reinforcements are very fast anyway. The high-level Holy Tree emissary Overman nodded in agreement. The group did not have any objections. In the territory of the World Tree civilization, they could ride the World Tree routes and travel quickly. As long as someone found the target and used the mental network to share their location, the others would be able to arrive quickly. Leave some people behind as mobile support troops. The rest will split up. Tedrian nodded. Not only were they chasing from behind, they were also following the direction of the tracks and letting some troops travel to the front to intercept them. They confirmed the changes in the tracks and kept narrowing the range. The World Tree's troops were mobilized endlessly, gradually forming a large encirclement net. A fleet followed one of the tracks for a long distance. The Holy Tree emissary on the ship focused on maintaining the high-dimensional information vision. At this moment, a message came from the mental network. The sender was the intercepting force in front of this pursuit. There are no follow-up tracks ahead. We are heading back to you and narrowing the search range. Be careful. Hearing this, the Holy Tree emissary immediately perked up. They were some distance away from the intercepting troops in front of them. Since the tracks in front of them had been cut off, it meant that the target was suspected to be in this distance. It was very likely that they would encounter them. Be careful, the enemy might appear at any moment. The Holy Tree emissary instructed the crew and cautiously sensed the surroundings. He was a little annoyed. It was a pity that the information form camera could not be used this time. Otherwise, whatever arrangements the enemy made, they would have nowhere to hide. There was no need to be so careful. After traveling for some distance, the spaceship's radar suddenly sounded an alarm. A high-energy strike has been detected. The shield has been automatically activated. Please avoid it. At the same time, a beam of light shot over from afar, piercing through the fleet's formation and quickly destroying many warships. Enemy attack. The Holy Tree emissary shivered and called for backup on the mental network without hesitation. Then, he immediately activated his energy shield to protect himself. A small mechanical army wrapped in golden mechanical force suddenly charged toward them from outside their field of vision, rapidly closing in and firing non-stop. In the high-dimensional information vision, the source of this trajectory was this army, but there did not seem to be the main body of the outsider. It seems like the path I chased was bait. The Holy Tree emissary looked vexed as if he was regretting that he did not catch up to the main body of the outsider. At this moment, spatial rifts appeared in the surroundings, and many routes extended out. Batches of reinforcements quickly arrived, and in the blink of an eye, 6 to 7 beyond grade as arrived. Seeing this mechanical team fighting with the fleet, everyone knew that this path was not where the main body of the outsider was. Removing one fake path, there are 6 left. Let's deal with this mechanical team first and let the Holy Tree swallow them to analyze the information. Without another word, they immediately pounced forward, intending to end the battle as soon as possible. However, at this moment, one of the soldiers in the mechanical team suddenly self-destructed. Blue psionic energy suddenly bloomed and instantly swallowed the surrounding mechanical teams. Furthermore, the ball of light spread rapidly as if it would never stop expanding. Damn it, it's the primordial psionic energy. The expressions of the World Tree experts present changed, and they hurriedly stopped and retreated. The fleet that was originally surrounding them also dispersed and quickly turned around to leave. However, a portion of the spaceships were still unable to dodge in time and were swallowed by the primordial psionic energy. The larger the ball of light, the faster it expanded. All matter and energy that it came into contact with were assimilated, and psionic energy kept expanding. However, at this moment, spatial rifts appeared in the surroundings again. The roots of the World Tree reached into the ball of psionic energy and rapidly absorbed the energy like jelly. Only then did the ball of psionic energy stop expanding and slowly shrink until it disappeared. Everything that had been devoured by the psionic energy was completely annihilated. Only then did the World Tree experts who had run far away stop. They were chased until their faces were covered in dust. This was not the stable secondary psionic energy but the violent primordial psionic energy. Furthermore, the yield was not small. Although they were beyond grade as, they did not want to use their bodies to test the power of the primordial psionic energy. The Holy Tree emissary said angrily, that outsider must have set up primordial psionic energy on all the bait to blow up the pursuers. Tell the others to be careful. The news quickly spread through the mental network to his companions. Every pursuing team immediately became serious and became much more careful. A team has already detonated. Han Xiao was speeding through the universe when he suddenly sensed the feedback of mechanical force. His eyes flashed. Not long ago, he had sent out 6 mechanical teams to split up. On one hand, it was to disperse the pursuers' forces, and on the other hand, it was to act as an eye to see the size of the pursuers. The mechanical army did not enjoy the protection of the Destiny's Child imprint, which meant that all their actions would be seen through by the information form camera. However, after receiving the mechanical force connection, the mechanical army could share the disguise of the Destiny's Child imprint and use it as bait. Han Xiao had left some methods on these baits, and the primordial psionic energy was one of them. He did not mind spreading psionic energy pollution in the territory of the World Tree civilization. Planting mushrooms in the enemy's house would not only damage the pursuers, but it would also destroy his own troops and prevent them from being devoured by the World Tree. However, he did not plan to rely on the primordial psionic energy to cause too much damage to the other party. After experiencing the war in his previous life, Han Xiao knew very well that the World Tree's ability to devour energy was just as effective against the primordial psionic energy. The way to deal with the psionic energy pollution was much more convenient than the 3 universal civilizations. Right at this moment, Han Xiao's perception suddenly moved. He turned around and saw a spatial rift not far ahead, and a World Tree fleet appeared. We found him. The other Holy Tree emissary leading the intercepting fleet was surprised and overjoyed. He immediately sent his location through the mental network. Seeing this, Han Xiao turned around and charged over without hesitation. Golden mechanical force bloomed, and a huge mech legion appeared, covering the fleet with unreserved firepower. With his current energy rank, the mech legion's lethality was already extremely shocking. It destroyed this small intercepting fleet almost instantly. The Holy Tree emissary hurriedly dodged and defended, but he could not withstand the firepower of the mech legion. He was injured the moment they met, and he was frightened out of his wits. Right at this moment, spatial rifts appeared around him, and the first batch of reinforcements from the World Tree civilization arrived. Han Xiao scanned with his perception and discovered 5 beyond grade A energy sources. However, he ignored them. During the charge, he released his blood aura, and a portion of the mechanical soldiers quickly gathered, turning into a small mechanical deity. It arrived in front of the injured Holy Tree emissary almost instantly. Rays of decomposition were released from the fingertips of the mechanical deity, tearing apart the defenses of the Holy Tree emissary in the blink of an eye. Han Xiao activated the accessory in his palm, and a spatial shockwave shot out, locking the target in midair for a short time. Then, he threw a punch at the shocked Holy Tree emissary. Bang! A shockwave burst out, and the accumulated damage of charge endless potential entered the body of the Holy Tree emissary without holding back. The powerful force crushed his muscles and bones, and his cells instantly withered. Green blood exploded in midair, and the body of the Holy Tree emissary disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood on the mechanical fist. With one punch, his health bar was emptied. You dare to block me when you're not even grade S+? Do you think I flew so far for nothing? Let's kill one first. Han Xiao grinned. The combat information showed that this Holy Tree emissary's energy rank was less than 50,000, slightly weaker than Barbunny. He had taken quite a number of steps, and the power of charge endless potential was stacked very high. Together with the focus fire of the mechanical army, he killed this Holy Tree emissary instantly. Without any delay, He immediately changed his target and led the mechanical army toward the 5 world tree experts who had just arrived. The strengthened version of the celestial punishment edge was unfurled in his hand, and he slashed out. The surging psionic energy turned into a sharp blade glow. Dodge. Seeing Han Xiao's heroic performance of instantly killing their companions, the expressions of the 5 world tree experts changed drastically. They did not dare to face the attack head-on and hurriedly abandoned the fleet to dodge. Rumble, the fleet could not dodge in time, and the battleships along the way were crushed by the celestial punishment edge, instantly exploding into fireworks. The fragments of the battleships were swept up by the blade, turning into blazing lava that splashed onto the spaceships that were not affected, burning their shields until they flickered non-stop. Han Xiao raised his hand and used virtual purification, quickly sweeping across the 5 of them. However, the 5 of them only shook slightly before returning to normal. They did not show the confused expression of Barbani. Is the world tree prepared? It didn't send outsiders to chase after me. Their reaction is quite fast. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and was not surprised. He turned his blade and locked onto the weakest of the 5. He charged over, scaring the other party so much that he turned around and fled. The other 4 hurriedly moved around and launched long-range attacks, trying to restrain Han Xiao. However, it was like scratching an itch. The focus fire of the 4 of them could not even penetrate the shield of the mechanical deity, and Han Xiao could not even be bothered to block. At this moment, more and more reinforcements arrived. When the world tree experts saw this scene, they immediately joined the battle. The number of people besieging Han Xiao increased rapidly, reaching double digits, and it was still rising. However, what shocked the world tree experts was that even though the number of people besieging them had reached double digits, this outsider still acted as if he had entered a no-man's land. He did not care about his injuries and only attacked without defending. He endured the focus fire of so many people and killed an ancestral spirit that he had locked onto, causing them to have a second casualty. However, as more reinforcements arrived, everyone finally worked together to restrain this outsider. Only then did the outsider stop from continuing to kill. Not long after the battle, Tedrian and the others arrived on the World Tree Express. They immediately saw that the mechanical deity, which was protected by a large number of mechanical soldiers, was like an unmoving mountain. It was fighting dozens of World Tree experts and was not at a disadvantage. The combat strength of this outsider is too exaggerated. Tedrian's expression changed slightly. Could he be from a civilization with extremely advanced individual strength? Overman was shocked. It seems like I was too conservative before. He must be at the level of a tree king. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Roxilian's heart skipped a beat. The 3 of them had previously judged Han Xiao's combat strength from Barbani's encounter, but only now did they realize that this outsider's standard seemed to be a little scary, far exceeding their expectations. The situation isn't right. I have to call the Tree King. Tedrian made a prompt decision and immediately called his superior through the mental network. At this moment, the mechanical deity in the field suddenly opened fire, temporarily forcing back the besiegers. The next moment, the mechanical deity disintegrated, revealing Han Xiao's figure. The mechanical army around him rapidly shrank and was absorbed by his mechanical force, merging into his body. Han Xiao glanced at the situation. The number of beyond grade as who had rushed over had already exceeded 30, and there were even a few peak beyond grade as. Under such circumstances, there was basically no chance for him to continue killing. Furthermore, the World Tree was still sending in reinforcements. If he stayed here, he would definitely be kicked like a ball. Furthermore, the World Tree did not lack top-notch individual strength. The 5 Tree Kings were each stronger than the other. He turned to look at Tedrian and the others and narrowed his eyes. Tedrian, Roxilian, Overman. They're all acquaintances. During the war in his previous life, the experts of the explored universe and the World Tree civilization had both suffered casualties and were famous. Han Xiao naturally knew some of the powerful people of the World Tree. If he remembered correctly, these 3 guys had the lives of beyond grade as in his previous life. The head of the previous owner of the spacetime amber was shattered by Tedrian, causing this universal treasure to fall into the hands of the World Tree civilization. Later, he was killed by Carrot. Just as Han Xiao was recalling, another World Tree root appeared, and a powerful pressure that far exceeded the others spread out. The next second, a tall figure with a dignified aura descended. His white hair was scattered, and his eyes were cold. His entire body was wrapped in a blue-green light mixed with dark red electric arcs. There was a light green mark on this person's forehead that was shaped like a burning flame. He was staring at Han Xiao indifferently. "Yo, a fierce man." Han Xiao's brows twitched. One of the 5 Tree Kings, subduing Tree King Saint Grace Belando, a pugilist super. In his previous life, he had caused huge casualties in the explored universe. Dragon King Milizors and Beast Ancestor Garutan had both died under his fists. In the end, Carrot and car lover Yin Ying had merged and killed him with great difficulty. They had almost died together. In the war in his previous life, he had personally seen the subduing Tree King attack many times, and he had even been killed by the aftershocks more than 20 times. If I can kill you, the resurrection time will definitely not be short. Han Xiao had this thought, but when he looked at the dozens of World Tree experts around him, he immediately dismissed it. If it was a one-on-one battle, he would not be afraid of the other party, but in the enemy's base, it was basically impossible for him to do so. At this moment, the World Tree experts who had been forced back earlier were about to surround him again. However, under everyone's gazes, Han Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving them dumbfounded. Why did he disappear? Did the space anchor fail? Tedrian was shocked. In order to prevent outsiders from teleporting away, they had anchored this space when they fought. Logically speaking, other than the World Tree Express that was unique to the civilization territory, there was basically no other teleportation method that could take effect. However, he soon received a reply from the others on the mental network, indicating that the spacelock was normal. It's almost impossible to fail, but he actually escaped. Roxillian was displeased. It seems like he has some special teleportation method that can ignore the spacelock. Then there's nothing we can do. Overman frowned. The group was immediately discouraged. It was not easy for them to surround the prey, and even the Tree King had personally descended. However, they had failed at the critical moment, and the cooked duck had flown away. Tedrian had no choice but to bow to the subduing Tree King. "Your Excellency Tree King, we failed and let this outsider escape." The subduing Tree King glanced at him and said indifferently, "At least he escaped quickly and saved his life. Otherwise, I would have sent him to the Mother Tree to devour so that I could grasp the location of this outsider civilization. Sorry for ruining your plan. It was me." Tedrian was about to continue his self-criticism when he suddenly stopped, and his expression turned interesting. At the same time, everyone present received the same message through the mental network. The pursuing team that had gone to chase after the other bait had suddenly encountered the main body of the outsider and had been completely wiped out. The Holy Tree emissary leading the team only had time to send out a distress signal before his voice disappeared. He had been sacrificed. Tedrian's expression darkened. He was furious. This outsider didn't leave. He's eaten another army. At the same time, at the location of a bait mechanical team, Han Xiao grabbed a dying Holy Tree emissary and casually twisted his head. Then, he put away the set of sovereigns that this mechanical team had brought back, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The methods he had left behind in these bait teams were not only primordial psionic energy, but he had even assigned a sovereign to each team. He had invested enough capital without caring about the losses. This time, he did not bring much equipment with him to the World Tree Civilization's territory. He only brought a lot of kings. After so many years, he had already accumulated a lot of kings, so he did not have to worry about using them. Throwing away the corpse in his hand, Han Xiao licked his lips. As expected, we have to resort to guerrilla warfare in other people's homes. Chapter 1341. Just as Han Xiao used the king's teleportation skill to finish off the other fleet, another space fisher appeared around him, and the troops that had surrounded him earlier rushed over again, chasing after him relentlessly. However, this time, before Tedrian and the others could completely descend, Han Xiao changed into another king and disappeared in front of everyone. This time, he teleported to a bait team that had yet to be caught. When the subduing tree king, Tedrian, and the others arrived, all that was left for them was the wreckage of a fleet floating in the universe and the corpse of another holy tree emissary. Damn it! Tedrian was furious, and the anger of being played rose in his heart. Even though the World Tree Express was fast enough to provide support in its own territory, it was still a step too late, and the outsider killed another of its companions. The other holy tree emissaries and ancestral spirits also had gloomy expressions. The high-dimensional information vision caught the target. Everyone thought that this outsider had no way to escape, but they did not expect the other party to have such a method, catching them off guard. Although the other party's tracks were still visible, teleporting to another bait team that had yet to be caught made them unable to immediately lock onto Han Xiao's location. They could only track him again. The three universal civilizations knew very little about the World Tree, but it was the same the other way around. The World Tree civilization knew even less about the explored universe, and this was the first time they had seen the king's teleportation method. If that's the case, the other bait traces might turn into the outsider's main body at any time. It's filled with danger, and it's very likely that we'll be killed by the other party. Roxillian's expression was solemn, as if he was facing a great enemy. When everyone thought of the outsider's strength, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. They could chase after him, but it was hard to say who would be the unlucky one after catching up. This outsider must be trying to use this method to nibble away at our troops. As long as we split up and chase after him, there's a risk of being killed instead. However, we can't not chase after him and allow such a powerful individual to move freely in our territory. Speaking of which, what kind of civilization does the other party come from to actually send a super of this level to take the risk alone? Could it be that this civilization has many high-level combatants of the same level? Overman frowned and spoke with an uneasy tone. When they thought about how the outsiders were not only physically strong, but also had such a highly mobile and invincible method, most of the people present felt a strong sense of fear in their hearts. Just one person had caused them so much trouble, rampaging in their territory. This was a provocation to the entire World Tree civilization. Originally, it was a one-sided hunt. Not only did the outsiders not flee, they even turned around and treated them as prey. No one expected to be passive in their own territory. This was something that had never happened before. After fighting in the universe for so many years, which enemy civilization did not carefully probe when coming into contact with them? They had never seen such an arrogant fellow. No matter what, we have to solve this problem, Tedrian said in a deep voice. Wake up those guys who are hiding and have them join the chase. For the time being, he could not think of a way to deal with the outsider's strange teleportation ability. However, since the outsider's goal was to kill the lone troops, increasing the number of people in each pursuit team would be a useful method to restrain the outsiders and prevent them from causing any damage before their reinforcements arrived. However, Tedrian was very worried that the outsiders would send out a bunch of bait again. This kind of scheme forced them to split up. Originally, they could have collected high-dimensional information samples to lock onto which path the main body of the outsiders was on, but the other party's teleportation method made it possible for every bait to transform into the main body. This way, there was no way to tell. With that, Tedrian turned to look at the subduing Tree King and nodded. "Your Excellency Tree King, what do you think?" The subduing Tree King had been listening to everyone's discussion and did not interrupt. At this time, he slowly said, "Inform me when you guys surround him. Also, I will clear this star field later and seal this place. Don't worry about the losses." With that, the subduing Tree King turned into a blue-green stream of light and disappeared into the roots of the World Tree. He had already made a wasted trip this time, and he probably would not be able to deal with the outsiders in a short period of time. He did not want to be played with like everyone else. Hearing this, Tedrian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The planets in the territory of the World Tree civilization were no longer naturally formed. Instead, they were high-value planets that the World Tree had regurgitated using the information form. They could freeze the current evolution at any time, swallow them back, store them in the information form, and then transform them into another location. With such a characteristic, the World Tree was like a mobile base that could take away the entire civilization and change the location of its base in the universe to deal with all kinds of situations. It was almost born for war. Clearing this star field meant that the World Tree would take back all the planets and living beings in this area. This way, they would not have to worry about outsiders causing trouble everywhere. Only the Tree King was given this level of control by the World Tree and could give such an order to the World Tree. The others did not have the authority to do so. However, the World Tree could not leave as it pleased. After changing the location of its base, it had to take root in this area from the beginning and turn it into its own information collection. Some abilities could only be used in the merged territory, such as the World Tree Express. It could only travel quickly in its own territory, like a stargate that was everywhere. In other parts of the universe, it could not descend as casually as it did now. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Right at this moment, more spatial rifts opened up, and more troops were summoned by Tedrian and rushed over to provide reinforcements. Among them were even more high-level Holy Tree emissaries and the 13 ancestral spirits, who appeared from their slumber. There were also several executive officers who arrived, as well as some high-ranking military generals who were in charge of external battles. The size of the team snowballed. Although the opponent was only one person, the World Tree had given him extremely high treatment. An army of this size was more than enough to carry out a universal war. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past few days, Han Xiao had been wandering around this starfield, dealing with the pursuit and interception of the World Tree troops. He split up the bait team time and time again, using the king to teleport and cut off the pursuers of the World Tree. Sometimes, he would set up a throne, but sometimes, it was just a primordial psionic energy bomb. At the same time, he would occasionally use the king's return function to jump around repeatedly. It was extremely agile, causing the World Tree troops to suffer greatly. The king was simply a weapon for guerrilla warfare. Using this tactic, Han Xiao obtained some results, and the number of beyond grade as he killed had reached 6. However, as the World Tree experts gathered, it became more and more difficult to kill the enemy every time they encountered them. Every pursuer was assigned enough experts to restrain them for a while, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of beyond grade as would appear as reinforcements. With the appearance of peak beyond grade as, Han Xiao was forced to reduce the time he had to fight, and he did not dare to fight in one place. Furthermore, the size of the World Tree's fleet was too large. It surrounded the entire starfield and kept shrinking the encirclement. Han Xiao's guerrilla warfare range also shrank, and the time it took for each bait team to be caught up was getting shorter and shorter. At the same time, Han Xiao also realized that the navigation star map had lost its effect. The planets in this area seemed to have disappeared, and he could not locate them accurately. Could it be that the World Tree swallowed all the nearby planets? To think that they would use such a large sum to deal with me alone. In the empty space of the universe, Han Xiao was flying at full speed by himself, and he was secretly shocked. This was somewhat out of his expectations. Only the World Tree was extremely rich and did not care about this bit of loss, decisively clearing the field. After more than 10 days of guerrilla warfare, he had already fought with the World Tree experts nearly 100 times and met a lot of acquaintances. Other than the Tree King, almost all the pursuers had fought with him before. Although he did not have the chance to kill the enemy later on, Han Xiao had obtained a lot of the attributes of the World Tree experts through the combat information. He had learned about the specific abilities of many of his opponents, which was extremely valuable information. My guerrilla warfare area is getting smaller and smaller. If this continues, I'll be blocked very soon. Furthermore, I can't devour the enemy's experts now, so there's no need to continue guerrilla warfare, Han Xiaoxin's mind flashed. It was true that the World Tree could not restrain the king's guerrilla tactics, but this was the king's base. It could directly press forward with its army and break through everything. Although guerrilla warfare was good, its effect quickly reached its limit in the face of the World Tree civilization's overwhelming advantage in numbers and rapid support system. It's time to slip away. Han Xiao nodded. Although he did not complete the enclosure this time, the harvest was beyond his expectations. Not only did he obtain a lot of important information, but he also sent a few world tree experts to the Western Paradise. This was beyond his expectations, and he could already retreat. If he stayed, he would definitely not be able to get away. However, before retreating, Han Xiao wanted to find an opportunity to meet the Tree King and find out the other party's combat information. All the bait has been cleared. Only the last high-dimensional information trail is left. The outsider did not continue to split up. We can lock onto his main body now. In the command room of the main ship, Tedrian looked at the current situation, and his gloomy expression that had been gloomy for more than 10 days finally cleared up. We've finally surrounded him. This outsider is too difficult to deal with. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. God knew how they had spent the past 10 days. An outsider had already disturbed their peace. The number of World Tree experts participating in the pursuit was much more than 10 days ago. There were 6 high-level Holy Tree emissaries, 7 of the 13 ancestral spirits, and a few military commanders and executives. There were a total of 20 peak beyond grade as with an energy rank of more than 71,000, which was equivalent to 2/5 of the peak beyond grade as in the entire World Tree civilization. Don't be happy too early. Since he has such a teleportation method, there's a high chance that he can escape. At this moment, a high-ranking general in military uniform said coldly. Hearing this, everyone felt a little helpless. They naturally understood this logic, but after studying it for more than 10 days, they were still unable to crack the outsider's teleportation method. Their request had already been reduced from killing the outsider to expelling him. Let's chase the outsider away first before considering what to do next. This might be the strongest civilization we've ever encountered, Tedrian replied with a frown. At this moment, everyone's mental network suddenly received a message. The pursuing troops had finally caught up to the outsider's main body and shared the coordinates. Let's go. Everyone's faces turned cold. They immediately activated the World Tree Express and quickly shuttled through the routes. Not long after, everyone's vision blurred, and they arrived at their destination. The outsider floated in the starry sky and did not attack the pursuing troops like before. The pursuing troops were waiting for reinforcements and did not dare to take the initiative to attack. For a moment, there was no movement from either side. Seeing this, many World Tree experts turned into streams of light and shot out of the fleet, landing around Han Xiao, forming an encirclement. More reinforcements were also arriving. The number of beyond grade as present soon reached 100, and they surrounded Han Xiao, eyeing him covetously. Because all the bait had been cleared this time, the outsider could no longer play with them like before. Only then did Tedrian inform the subduing Tree King. Boom! The next moment, the subduing Tree King's figure quickly descended, and his pressure swept across the entire place. Your Excellency Tree King. Seeing this, Tedrian and the many World Tree experts greeted him in the mental network. The subduing Tree King looked at the situation, nodded, and slowly said, "We've finally surrounded him. Why aren't you attacking? This outsider looks fearless. He will probably use that teleportation method to escape our territory," Tedrian explained. While the two of them were communicating, Han Xiao suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the subduing Tree King. He then hooked his finger, and energy fluctuations rose steadily, locking onto the subduing Tree King. Seeing this action, everyone present understood what the outsider meant. He was provoking their Tree King. The subduing Tree King looked at Han Xiao indifferently. He casually raised his hand and waved it down. Deal with him. Chapter 1342. 10 minutes later, in a certain space in the deeper layers of the secondary dimension world. On the boundless white sand sea, a light suddenly flickered, and a figure fell out of thin air. He landed on the sand sea with a plop and staggered. Han Xiao barely managed to stabilize himself. He took a deep breath and put away the black and gold king mechanical suit on his body, revealing his body that was covered in wounds. Blood sprayed out from the ferocious wounds and seeped into the sand. Very soon, the ground was dyed golden red. There were also large scorch marks on his body, and his cells were necrotic. It was a shocking sight. Who? I almost flipped over. Fighting 1 against 100 is indeed too much. Hiss, it hurts. A burning pain spread throughout his body, as if every cell was wailing. Han Xiao's face trembled slightly. He took out a syringe gun and injected a tube of high-concentration Aurora's life essence into his body. A wave of numbness and comfort swept through his body, suppressing the pain. His body became warm. A platinum light surged, and the wounds on Han Xiao's body quickly closed, returning to his healthy body. Only bloodstains were left. It was quite dangerous just now. The combined strength of more than 100 beyond grade as exceeded his limit, and there were more than 20 peak beyond grade as among them, as well as experts like the subduing tree king. He was fighting alone. They were all beyond grade as. Even if his combat strength was off the charts, as long as he did not break through to a new level, he still could not completely ignore the difference in numbers. Just the subduing tree king alone was already very difficult to deal with. He was the strongest pugilist he had fought so far, not to mention that he had a bunch of experts helping him. There was no need to elaborate on the process. There was no way he had the upper hand, and it was also wishful thinking to hope for a draw. The combined damage of so many experts had already exceeded his recovery speed. His health bar rose and fell like a roller coaster, and at the most dangerous moment, his health bar even fell below 16%. If it were any other beyond grade as in the explored universe, they would probably be dead by now. Warnos, who had the ethereal national treasure, would most likely not be able to withstand it. However, Han Xiao did not intend to fight to the death. He hid many abilities mainly to achieve his goal and obtain the battle information of the subduing tree king. Although the other party's level was higher, causing some of his attributes to be questioned, many of his abilities were also exposed. The value of this information was not small. If he met the subduing tree king again in the future, he would know what to do. After receiving the information from the subduing tree king, Han Xiao did not dare to continue fighting. He immediately changed into the king and retreated. He came to this temporary secondary dimension where the throne was buried and instantly escaped the siege. With the secondary dimensions as a buffer, it's safer this way. Han Xiao patted his chest, shaking off the bloodstains on his body, and changed into a new set of clothes. Although the probability of the king being tracked by the world tree was very low, to be on the safe side, he still used the secondary dimension as a transit zone and did not directly teleport back to the explored universe. Immediately afterward, Han Xiao took back the throne and left behind the secondary dimension destruction device, shattering the secondary dimension and allowing it to be swallowed by the space turbulence to remove all traces. After doing all this, Han Xiao opened the interface and took a look. The mission, the Fury of the World Tree, had been completed. As expected, the bigger the commotion he caused, the higher the mission rating would be. At this time, he had already reached the highest rating, and the reward was quite generous. Just the EXP alone was 7,400,000,000, which was more than the EXP he had obtained from defeating the 3 universal civilizations. He had replenished a large amount of EXP and was closer to the level 360 promotion. The other reward notifications also popped up. You have received random reward X5, milestone talent, World Tree Nemesis. World Tree Nemesis, when you fight an opponent from the World Tree faction, plus 12% actual damage dealt to the opponent, and there is a certain chance of triggering the Fear status. You have received 5 Gods Trait Transformation points. You have received 1 Universe Legendary point. This is great. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. There was no need to mention World Tree Nemesis. It was a talent that targeted the faction, and it was similar to Elderly Killer. Although the effect was simple, it was quite practical. The 5 Gods Trait Transformation points were exactly what he needed, which was equivalent to creating 5 universal treasures. Currently, his Void Gods Trait Transformation had reached the 13th level, and he was only 2 points away from leveling up. This windfall was enough to raise his Void Gods Trait Transformation to the 14th level, and there was still some left. He was not far from reaching the 15th level, which reduced his workload. The last universe legendary point had clearly left a deep impression on the World Tree civilization, and they were filled with fear of him. The next time they met, the people of the World Tree civilization should be able to recognize him at a glance. There was also one last reward notification on the interface. Han Xiao took a look and saw that it was a sanctum fragment, which meant that his authority in each sanctum had increased by 1 level. This was the additional reward for the highest mission rating. Yo, good stuff. Han Xiao was stunned for a moment before he was pleasantly surprised. The authority of the sanctum was something he urgently needed at the moment. The higher the authority, the closer the time flow of the sanctum would be to the main universe. Being able to level up from the mission was a pleasant surprise. Suppressing his joy, Han Xiao left with his full harvest. To be safe, he planned to wander in the deeper secondary dimensions for a while before returning to the explored universe. At the same time, in the territory of the World Tree civilization, the battlefield of the siege. The battlefield was a mess, and the wreckage of the World Tree fleet was everywhere. Roots were sweeping the battlefield, swallowing all the debris. In the command room of a main ship not far away, many World Tree experts who participated in the siege surrounded the subduing Tree King. Their expressions were solemn, and there was still a hint of shock that had yet to fade. Some of them were injured. Tedrian pressed on the table, his tone shocked. There's no doubt about the combat strength of this outsider. He's one of the strongest individuals we've seen in our many years of fighting in the universe. It's unbelievable that so many of us couldn't kill him even after attacking together. We can basically conclude that none of us are his match in a one-on-one battle. Even His Excellency Tree King will find it difficult to gain the upper hand. Many World Tree experts felt a lingering fear, and many peak beyond grade as were silent. Even the expressionless subduing Tree King did not refute and only shook his head. Facing the siege of more than 100 people, this outsider actually dared to stay behind and fight head-on. They were already very shocked, but they did not expect him to still have the strength to retaliate and injure many of them. Although they had the absolute upper hand in the siege just now, this outsider was unbelievably tough. He endured the concentrated fire of hundreds of people and did not fall. He held on for more than 10 minutes before he used a strange teleportation method to escape unscathed. Although the enemy had been expelled, the strong performance of the outsider had been deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts, almost becoming a psychological shadow. Every time they thought about it, many people could not help but feel shocked. Although we've chased this outsider away this time, we can't guarantee that he'll come again in the future. This is very troublesome, Roxillian said with a deep voice. Tedrian nodded, his tone solemn. If we can't restrict the other party's special teleportation method, our territory will almost become the other party's backyard. He can come and go as he pleases, causing us to be in a passive position. We can't clear the star field every time and mobilize so many people to chase after him. As he spoke, his expression became more and more surprised as he said in a serious voice, "Furthermore, only civilizations with extremely developed individual strength can give birth to supers of this level. Who knows how many high-level combatants of the same level there are in this outsider's civilization? We've leaked too many secrets this time. If the other party sends more supers of the same level over next time, we'll be in trouble." Hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts and was worried. Han Xiao's astonishing combat strength made them make the wrong judgment. They thought that there were more experts of the same level in the explored universe, and they could not help but tremble in fear. They had always been conquerors, and they were basically the ones who took the initiative to invade. However, at this moment, they felt a rare sense of fear and even had the thought of running away. "Then what do you think?" another executive asked. Tedrian gritted his teeth and said, "This alien civilization has already discovered our coordinates. My suggestion is to clear all the star fields and move our base camp immediately. Only then can we avoid being harassed by the other party. Then, we can think of a way to investigate the other party's background. This is indeed a way, but we can't use our advantage." Someone objected. "If we stay here and let the enemy continue to harass us, the information entanglement will deepen. This way, We can locate the location of this unknown civilization faster. Without waiting for Tedrian to speak, another person beside him interjected. I don't think so. This outsider used some methods to bewitch Barbunny. The secrets of these abilities are all known by the other party. They will definitely avoid more information entanglement and won't fall for it. Hearing this, everyone looked helpless. The biggest problem now was not that the outsiders were strong, but that the gap in intelligence was too big. They had leaked too many secrets, but they knew almost nothing about the outsiders. The group was divided into two factions. One side suggested moving, while the other suggested staying. Your Excellency Tree King, what do you think? Tedrian turned around. Everyone stopped discussing. In the end, it was still up to the Tree King to make the decision. The subduing Tree King closed his eyes and pondered for a while before opening them again. There's no need to move. The loss of territory is not important. The information entanglement is more important. Now that we have a certain level of interaction, I will speed up the world tree's sensing speed. At the same time, inform the future form information perceiver team to increase the frequency of the prophesies. Then, let the expedition teams sent out in the past few years speed up their journey. As he spoke, the subduing Tree King paused and slowly said, also, strengthen the internal surveillance and set up more detection devices. The outsiders have already obtained some of our confidential information, so we can't just rely on the information form warning network. If you find another outsider, inform me immediately. Under the subduing Tree King's calm expression, his heart was actually surging. Han Xiao's combat strength had also surprised him, but he did not show it on his face. Although he did not express it, the subduing Tree King had already remembered Han Xiao deeply in his heart and was looking forward to fighting him again. On one hand, it was the battle intent that pugilists had. On the other hand, the World Tree had expressed its desire for Han Xiao. Facing all new things, the Mother Tree had an extremely strong appetite. It requested the subduing Tree King to send this outsider into its mouth and eat him as a tribute. As one of the penetrators of the will of the World Tree, the Tree King's request was his mission. He could not refuse. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,